Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Wednesday, the 26th of November. And let me just say, it is hump day where I am. I'm not sure where you're coming to us from, but here in the wonderful land of Oz, it is hump day, which is another special day on the working week. Let's be honest, working people all across the labor market will turn to one another and be like, hump day, hey, you've almost made it. That's right. From the Savo onwards, it's all downhill, baby. Hump day. Oh yeah, Yoshi Airhead, how you doing? Squeeb, keeping the stream chat down. No, on Twitch and YouTube, by the look of it. Yo, yo, yo. What are we banning? Can someone define social media? After they can define what a woman is, please. All right, we'll have to get to that later, but we can all get down with potentially, how do we define what social media is in the first place? And what the hell is a social media ban anyway? So we will get to the bottom of that. If you're joining us from TikTok today, you're wondering what we're looking at. If you'd like to follow along, there is a link in the bio to my YouTube channel so you can actually follow the videos. Unless you just want to hear my voice, which is fine. I can understand that. Who else we got here? Ninja Nurse in the house. Yo, yo, yo. How are you? Nice use of the keyboard there. It's looking great. Are we banning LinkedIn for under 15-year-olds? That's pretty fair question, actually. I don't think that's on the list. And you know what? Let's not speculate on this one. Let's actually figure out what it is they are banning. Because I think I did see that somewhere. Social media ban. Let's have a look. I'll pull it up. Youth.gov.au. What a reputable and highly accessed site I'm sure this is, where all the Australian youth want to find out information. I'm sure they go to youth.gov.au to figure out like what's really going down, to cut through all the propaganda, get it straight from the Australian government. Social media age restrictions. Okay, so maybe you've been living under a rock. Maybe you're just not acquainted with this stuff. But the Australian government has put together a series of pieces of legislation that have kind of been in the works for a while now. But there's been this idea that something needs to be done about the incursion of social media into the lifestyles of the young and the impressionable. There have been community organizations, movements built around kind of petitioning the government to do something about how the youth are being significantly impacted by their presence online, specifically, going after, like I said, social media. And so the government has come up with legislation to do that. And there's a significant milestone coming up. So on the 10th of December, here it is. This is from the government themselves, okay, the Australian government. From the 10th of December, many social media platforms won't be allowed to let Australians under 16 create or keep accounts. That's very specific because it affects different social media platforms differently. Okay, so as you would probably be aware from your traversing the social media landscape, some platforms, hey, free ride. You don't need a login or an account. You can just, use the service. And others, you click on something, they want you to log in. So that's really up to the social media platform themselves, whether or not they want to restrict people to logins or not. Like YouTube, don't need a login. Instagram, you need to kind of have a login to be able to view content. They want to capture you. So that's a problem of surveillance capitalism itself, if you ask me, and the inclinations of the tech bro and what they're trying to achieve. The law has been created to protect young people from features that encourage spending too much time on screens. Like what? The entire system, eh? Features that encourage spending too much time on screens. So basically, social media in a capitalistic setting and show content that can be harmful to overall health and well-being. Now, this is a biggie, right? Like kids being able to understand, decipher some of the stuff that you get access to on the World Wide Web, like, pretty crazy shit. Restricting access aims to protect young people from these risks. The aim is to give young people more time to build emotional, social, digital skills before creating social media accounts. This law is not about banning social media, it's about giving everyone extra time to grow and to learn how to stay safe online. If you are under 16 or know someone who is, the eSafety Commissioner's website has information and practical tools to help you understand and prepare for this change. What platforms will be impacted? This is the answer to your question. Squeebalicious. Services that the eSafety consider will be age-restricted social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Kick. Isn't that one interesting? Eh? I gotta tell you up front, I find that quite interesting. But like Kick has got a pretty bad reputation. Reddit, eh? People don't like Reddit either, that's for sure. Snapchat, Threads, TikTok, interesting. Twitch, that's a fucking interesting one. Again, this is about accounts. Okay, so X, formerly Twitter, if you're not across the jargon, and YouTube. Now, services that the eSafety considers will not be age restricted. Discord, that's an interesting one. I remember when we were studying all of the stuff that was coming out of the Schlep scandal with Roblox, and what was happening was there were predators on Roblox, and then they were pulling kids into Discord to have, like, hey, DM me if you're interested, kind of thing. So like, I wonder where that goes. Anyway, Discord, GitHub, Google Classroom, of course, only some tech bros, the ones that have like captured the government services sector better than the other ones, they get away. Lego Play, Messenger, Pinterest, Roblox is fine. Interesting. Steam and Steam Chat. Hey, could you imagine that there would be a youth uprising tomorrow if they shut down Steam? WhatsApp. Interesting. YouTube Kids. Very interesting stuff going on here. If you... Oh, wait, I've missed a few things in the chat here. Who we got? Volta's in the house. If you live in a brick house, does that technically mean I live under a rock? Interesting. I never thought about that. Do you have a brick roof as well? Maybe if you have ceramic tiles, does that consider you living under a rock? Maybe. Happy to have a debate on that one. The best activities for your health are pumping and humping. And that is the theme of today. You win, Dilemmas. It's hump day. Congratulations. LinkedIn should be banned for a lot of people, not just kids. No one should be that inspired by the workplace. That is fucking hilarious. Thank you very much, Ninja Nurse. Working class insight of the day. I love that. Commenting is a bit when they want to ban. No consumption of media. Spend as long, commenting is the bit, they want to ban, not consumption of media. Spend as long as you want on free porn sites, just no commenting, kids. Oh my God. Funny. Instead of going after the cause, let's punish the symptom. Interesting. Yeah, I think I know where you're going. Steam, for fuck's sake. What? No. Yeah, Reddit gets a bad name. It's actually really helpful. Like, if you actually use Reddit for a forum, like where they're explaining something and you can get some good esoteric knowledge on stuff, or like, tips on things, like, it can be really useful. But it can just be an incestuous pool of, the most deranged people that hang out in the deepest, darkest parts of the internet. Very self-righteous douchebags that want to tell you how wonderful they are. Reddit is not a place for kids to grow up. Did you know? It took a small group of people to ruin social media with that trash they post. We created an environment unsuitable for children. I don't agree with the methods, but let's face it, a small group of people ruined it for everyone. Not Rumble. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Depends, I guess how big on the hierarchy you are. But this is pages that will not be age restricted. Discord, Steam won't be. YouTube Kids is fine. So these lists reflect the eSafety's views at the 21st of November, 2025. So it's pretty recent. Okay. There's no further assessments planned in the lead up to the SMMA obligation coming into effect on the 10th of December. Roblox, I know. What the fuck? Like, remember we did that investigation into what was happening, and they're pulling kids from Roblox to Discord, and they've been like left there because Discord is like, it's really a place where school kids can like, share their homework and shit like that. You're like, yeah, sure, bro, whatever. Um, were you just describing us? Sorry, I'm like, no, you know what? Um, we are talking about there's a social media ban that's happening in Australia on the 10th of December. And it's kind of like it's kind of like when that guy got popped, the CEO got popped by Luigi. And everyone's like, look, I don't condone murder, but he was a CEO that probably killed tens of thousands of people through his policy decisions and his position at the head of a corporation. So, like, it's very much like that. Like, people are like, look, I don't want to impinge on anyone's freedoms, but social media is pretty fucked up for kids. And so that's what's going on. So it's for a certain age, yeah. So anyone under 16 is not allowed to have a social media account. So on particular platforms, you can see the list up here. So Facebook, Instagram, Kick, Reddit, Snapchat, Threads, TikTok, Twitch, X, formerly Twitter, YouTube. That's so good. Well, that's huge. Oh wow, we finally get this is good. It's interesting to see what somebody's reaction is when they first hear it because this has been rolling around for ages in Australia. So it's interesting, yeah, when someone first hears it. Under 16, so many people are going to be pissed. Now, this is the thing: there are lots of kids out there just like, and like they're pretty upset about it. But like there are also kind of lots of parents out there that are just like, look. I don't know how to stop my kids from doing this because I have no control over my children. No, that's harsh. It's difficult, I guess. There are like lots of kids, lots of families out there or parents out there, guardians, and they're just like, look, I can't figure out a way to stop my child from going on social media. And like if the government says that they shouldn't be, then at least I can be like, sorry, it's against the law or something like that. And it's supposedly going to give them tools to be able to do that. So anyway, Ninja Nurse in the stream chat. What's this? Roadblock restrictions source. ABC. Why the government is using AI to help create NDIS plans. Oh, that's interesting. Interesting. Um, David in the house. No way. How you going? Welcome. Good evening. Sounds like this will be another great show. Are we now going to see Instagram kids, Reddit kids, etc.? Well, it's funny that you say that because Facebook actually did try to implement like Facebook for kids, and I think it like was shut down. Or it didn't really go ahead very well. They tried to do this, and this was years ago, and people were kind of like, I don't think this is a good idea. But like they have Messenger for kids, like Facebook Messenger is there, and see like Messenger is in here as the list of things that were not going to be age restricted. So like if you know any kids, like if you know I don't know, have family or friends that have persons under a certain age, there's Messenger just for kids, and it's restricted and it's linked to the parents account, and all that sort of stuff, and like there's restrictions on it. You get to see all of the messages. So I was talking to a friend the other day, and their phone was going off because their kids were talking to their friends at a group chat or something like that, and they get to see all the crap their kids are saying, and they're just like, oh man, I don't want to know. I don't want to see this stuff, like all this garbage 12-year-old banter. It was actually really funny um to see them being like, oh my god, look at what they're talking about. Such losers, these kids. um yes, but anyway, yes, heaps of kids are pissed off about this. um Roblox announced restrictions even though they are not included in the ban. I think they are trialing facial recognition, age verification. Pretty scary, isn't it? That sort of stuff. And this is where like kind of the conversation goes into where I think it is a little bit more scary, where this is part of the larger conversation about digital ID and online verification. And like in order for you to be kind of online now, they want to know who you are. So like to stop trolls, as they say, but really it's more about pinning people to their data so they can surveil us all better. Dilemma is, you got to help us, Duck. We've tried nothing and we're all out of ideas. So good. Banned it when a kids version their parents have to pay for. Ban it, then make a kids version the parents have to pay for. Yeah, interesting, isn't it? What is the fine or repercussion if a child is found on Facebook? Like a slap on the wrist. Look, we listened, if you remember, a tax deductible donation. Fucking hilarious. If you remember, this was like big again, like people talking about it in more depth about 2 months ago when they made a further announcement on this policy position, and Albo was talking, Elbow Sleazy, as some would like him to be referred to as, but Elbow Sleazy gave a press conference at Parliament House, and he was saying, look, it's not about penalizing parents and kids in terms of, you've broken the law. This is about providing restrictions on the social media platforms so they can get fined. There are penalties for them under this legislation if they are found to be not taking the reasonable steps necessary to enforce the ban. It's up to the social media platforms. It's about empowering families, not, holding them accountable. It's about holding accountable the social media platforms. Now, as someone who spends a lot of time speaking about surveillance capitalists and the potentiality of a slide into techno-feudalism, holding accountable and regulating social media platforms is not a problem. I think most of the literature out there that you can get on surveillance capitalism is the fact that social media or tech bros just generally have moved so incredibly fast over the last 15 years, 20 years now, that like people haven't been able to have any regulation on them. So it's been a complete fucking wild, wild west. And they've done everything they've wanted to, experimented with people and young people, quite insidiously, can I just say. And in Australia too, there's been some particular cases in Australia where they were busted, like Facebook, now Meta, were busted big time for doing some nefarious stuff with very young people and impressionable people. So this sort of it has to be framed in that way for it to be even palatable to normal people out there, right? To the working people out there, that it's not about penalizing citizens. It's about holding transnational corporations to account, and getting them to take responsibilities. So the tax deductible donation thing is pretty funny though. Like they get penalized and then they'll just write it off somehow. I read somewhere a while ago that the United States and Australia have laws restricting advertising to children. This is how we got Saturday morning cartoons like Transformers, which was functionally an advertisement for toys. Because Facebook couldn't advertise the children, it was non-profitable, and they ditched the planet at the time. Isn't that crazy? That's why they started making certain cartoons, because they couldn't directly advertise to children. Capital finds a way. Like, this is the Jurassic Park of capitalism right here, this type of story. Don't you reckon? They got banned from advertising to children, so let's just make a show on Saturday mornings that could be aired on Saturday mornings, which will encourage kids to buy the toys. Capital will find a way. It's chaos theory. It's what Ian Malcolm tried to warn us all about. You've all seen Jurassic Park. You've all seen it, man. He-Man as well. I guess most shows. Like, look at Pokemon. Like, that is the most marketable thing ever. Don't forget, it's an old concept. All right, so let's get some context here from none other than the Australian broadcaster, our, ye old faithful, funded by you, the taxpayer. Hey, let's have a look at why is it doing this? Struggling.
Old Australia. We're told Australia's world-first social media ban is what's best for under 16s. But will it protect or punish our kids?
Dun, dun, dun. This is the big questions, ladies and gentlemen, right there being asked up front by the Australian broadcaster. Is it going to protect us or is he going to punish us? And like, you know, if you are under 16 and you're watching this now, I'd say that's probably not happening. But like, you know, if you are, let us know your thoughts. Eh? Are you being protected or punished?
For the good of Noah, for the good of their well-being.
Because the mark stayed with you.
I think that this is digital exclusion and this is unfair.
These scars.
The ban is coming on December the 10th, when the tech companies behind YouTube, TikTok, Snapchat, Facebook, Instagram, Threads, X, Reddit, Kick and Twitch will be required to block underage accounts.
I think December 10th is really going to be mayhem. I think we're going to wake up that morning and there'll be many of us that are shocked to find that we're not on the platforms we've come to know and love.
Teenage social networks could suddenly disappear, with Meta moving early to purge 500,000 children from Facebook and Instagram from December the 4th. TikTok plans to deactivate 200,000 Australian users aged between 13 and 15, while Snapchat block underage accounts.
Stop trying to silence the youth because we are the next generation and we have opinions and we're going to share them.
Fucking angry, eh? Not happy there. Can I just say, god damn. It's not that bad. This feels like rage bait, eh? Interesting. Well, look, as good media outlets do in the modern era, they try to provide a balanced form of journalism. And so they're going to show all of it. They're going to show both sides of the argument. Well, she can vote for what she wants once she's older. Savage. You don't get a say. You're not technically a citizen with full rights. A child. Eh? Who cares what you think? Wait until you can vote. Then you can make a difference. Pokemon, LOL, like how Pokemon Go was used to track people's movements and behavior to sell the data to be used for capitalist interests. And like more than that, they use Pokemon Go as a geographical kind of system, like a GPS function, to herd people towards capitalist enterprises. So McDonald's and Starbucks, they had a stake in Pokemon Go. Yeah, what was the name of it? Yeah, they had a stake in the company that's behind Pokemon Go. And they were like, you know, paying big money to make sure that they could get in. Yeah, they could get people to be herded towards their outlets. Oh, while I'm here catching this Pokemon, maybe I'll get myself a coffee. Funny how MAGA Americans say the social media ban is good, but all the Aussies see it as just a doorway for digital ID, etc. American eye is going to turn to the US, to us now. Karen being asked to ask questions about the ban. Remember when downloading music was illegal? Did we stop? If you just want it so bad, just find a way, just like we did. They were training AI with the data. True that, Ninja. Yeah, interesting. Well, like they will, and I think that's the reality of it, is that they will find a way. Like that's the thing. Like if you if you don't have an account on YouTube, you can still go onto YouTube and find it, and get access to what you want anyway. You just don't have an account anymore. And like it's a vehicle, so they have expressed it as a vehicle for parents to hold it over their kids now and be like, look, I don't want you on there, and you're not supposed to be on there anyway. It's against the law. So it's a vehicle to arm parents in the fight against controlling their children, against market forces. Let's not forget this is about market forces. Like if social media was anything else apart from something that is controlled by a bunch of tech bros, this might be a different conversation. If we had social media companies that existed in Australia and serviced just the Australian audience, and they were heavily regulated by, consumer protections in Australia, then, you could argue that this is an encroachment on people's rights and their ability to get online. But like, I think it really is, as the way it is structured, a way to ensure the tech lords themselves start self-regulating to a certain extent. Like you've heard it already, like Meta went through and shut down all of these accounts. Instagram has done the same. TikTok has done the same, like 300,000 accounts or something. Like they're self-regulating. I think that's what this is about. Like whether those kids are actually going to go on there, of course they are. Of course they're going to go on there. But like, will the tech bros be able to indiscriminately and overtly target children? They'll have to do it differently. Like someone described earlier with the whole, oh, you can't advertise to kids. All right, well then we'll have to make a TV show that they like. Then they can buy our products. They have to do it creatively now. Very creatively. Now the American embassy is being told to collect mass immigration numbers and stats for Western countries. National ID card we were against, then just accepted the driver's license and Medicare are the same. Amount of YouTube being sponsored by VPNs recently. Yeah, funny. You wouldn't download a car? No, but I could download the blueprints for a 3D print one in 5 years. Note for the chat, kids can still access YouTube. They just can't create an account, preventing them from engaging in the comments. YouTube is an educational resource, is preserved. As an educational resource is preserved. Let's face it, some of the comments we have heard on Sky News posts are not the place for children. Yeah, fair enough. Did anyone here drink underage and get caught? If not, even would it be the child who got in worse trouble or the bottle shop who sold it to them? Yeah, it's a fair call. Interesting analogy there. Yeah, child slap on the wrist, bottle-o, lose your license. Kids won't see that comment, so thanks for reading into the record. Mystery. Ha! Very good, very funny. I see what you did there. Download 3D prints for a gun and use it to steal a car instead. Oh my god. That's hilarious. Also, morning. How are you? This is there's going to be an interesting stream, I can tell. I'll give you my two cents on all this. Let's just hear the ABC out.
But some, such as 14-year-old TikTok creator Zoe Bender, won't be going quietly.
What a sick name, Bender. I wonder if it's too late to change my name.
We will all be upset. We are not happy about it. We're not okay with it. None of us are. Anyone that is saying that kids are excited or parents are excited are wrong.
I'm just adding a little bit more mascara.
While an adult holds Zoe's account, she's uncertain about what will happen to her 43,000 followers.
And now I'm just going to put on a little bit of this lip gloss and just like that.
My account could very well be flagged or banned. I don't want to lose my creative outlet. I don't want to lose my platform. I don't want my friends to. I don't want my followers to feel alone, because a lot of them had said that social media is the place that really gives them a community.
They're our kids. It should be our choice and our responsibility to ensure that they are safe online.
Look, it's fair in the sense that there is a broad conversation that has gone on for a long time in the modern era, and let's just call it the capitalist world, about the interchange between where humans, like families, are responsible for the reproduction of the next generation, as opposed to where the state comes in and is responsible for the reproduction of the next generation. A perfect example being education. A lot of people don't spend time educating their own children because they know that if you live in a society that has public education, that the state steps in and educates your child for you. And so people don't spend their time on the weekends outside of work, homeschooling their kids. They go out, they do other things because 5 days a week they're sent to an educational institution that is paid and supported by society. And so there is a clear delineation there, and we make this distinction, like as she's saying, well, you can't tell me how to raise my children. It's just like, well, the state does raise your children and largely raises everybody's children because they decide what the curriculum is and they decide what kids should be learning and what they shouldn't. And like, this is a clear delineation between, hey, you get in charge of this type of education and we'll teach other stuff as the parents. So there has always been this dichotomy in the capitalist society where how do you reproduce humans, and especially how do you reproduce the next generation specifically, and is that done through the family? And so like a lot of families actually take pride in the way that they educate their own young, and like they will delineate and distinguish themselves from other people in society that just leave it up to the state, and they'll be like, no, I'm going to do extra and I'll teach my kids this and teach my kids that, or I'll pull them out of school and get them into the family business and like all this sort of stuff. And so there's always been this conversation about where is it that the state comes in and gets to make the calls on, you know, how to raise a child and say what they can and can't have access to, what they will be exposed to. And so if the state is now making a call on behalf of families to say that social media is no longer appropriate as an item of consumption, is that what it is? That at the end of the day, it's, I know there are kids that are describing their ability to produce content, and therefore they must be getting some type of benefit from the social media beyond just consuming it. But it's largely a consumer item that is provided by, again, fucking capitalists here. And so like they're putting consumer protection laws in to protect young people. This is not a new debate. This has been going on for fucking like 200 years now.
But some advocates, like Rob Evans, want us to remember the ban is designed to reduce harm. His 15-year-old daughter, Liv, had an eating disorder and took her life in 2023.
She had 38 hospital admissions.
Hi everybody, I'm in hospital in this kids ward.
She had tried to end her life 13 times before the final one. And unfortunately, it was just, she'd gone to such a dark place with it all that she found no way to recover from it.
Rob was among the families who lobbied the Prime Minister to introduce the ban.
Liv was just 15 years old.
She would show me something and she would come to me and say, Dad, have a look at this. This young girl here is saying that she has 200 calories a day and that she's healthy. I said whether they're just doing it for clicks, likes, their own validation. But I says it's not real, it's not true, you cannot survive on that. But then, of course, as we know, the algorithms, once you start to look at content like this, your whole algorithm gets warped. It's my belief that if this ban was in place, then I think Liv would probably still be here.
Fucking algorithms, bro. Telling ya. This is what you get with capitalism, man. They're not providing this because they just like everyone to be connected. Let's ban kids. Kids should be kids. Let's stick out roaming with a stick out roaming streets. Oh my god. She's already fucked. I'm assuming you're talking about the one they were interviewing beforehand. Yeah, watch me put on makeup. Creativity through narcissism. Kids are self-centered. They are pretty self-centered. They also, surprisingly, they'll astonish you with their acts of kindness, though, every now and again. And the way that they perceive the world gives you some pretty crazy insights. Why haven't we heard from young people creating short films, like posting their digital art or photos of their paintings or photography? It's protective guardrails to potentially dangerous activities, some as signing a waiver to do certain sporting activities. How many PDFs follow her? Did ABC ask that? Yeah, I know, right? I wonder. I did a school curriculum meeting today for my boys starting reception. Me and the wife were surprised not all kids aren't reading at this point. Isn't it incredible? Isn't it incredible? And that's what I'm saying, like, a lot of people, and this is what happens when you have the state that comes in and says, like, okay, we'll look after education, whether you support it or not. I'm not arguing against public education, but people will be like, all right, well, That's what the state does then. And they've got other things to do. They're busy. They've got commitments. They've got work. Getting squeezed. They got 2 jobs just to keep afloat. Like, you know, the school can figure it out. They'll educate the kids, right? I would hope that there's a similar mechanism for social media, i.e. who will be held responsible becomes the signed adult instead of providers. Think they said 30K Ninja. Out of 50,000 followers, I'm sure there's enough to fill a small room, at least. Yeah, scary. We're currently teaching him his times tables, but I'm also a bit stern on it because I never got taught them. Yeah, it's interesting how we react. Eating disorders are far more common than people realize. Oh yeah, this isn't new. Remember the pro-Anna content on Reddit? History doesn't repeat. It rhymes. Blame the algorithm. MySpace gone as it had no algorithm. That's interesting. Oh yeah, the feet pics. Has to show the feet pics. Some creep saved that photo. Let's interview the young Liberal Party about the social media ban. That'd be interesting to see their thoughts on that. The amount of parents I see dropping a phone in a toddler's lap at the shop is kind of shocking to me. Get the young nationals in there too with their baby faces and Akubra hats. Lettuce bag handed to new mums has a book in it, as some kids just otherwise won't own one. Interesting. All right, back to it.
The world will be watching how Australia's ban plays out as other countries follow suit. Last month, Denmark announced plans to ban children under the age of 15, but still allow parents to decide social media use from the age of 13.
Obviously the top, yeah.
These arguments that we're having are not entirely new. That actually, let's go back a few decades and we can see similar debates with the widespread adoption of television into homes.
But some rights advocates, such as media lecturer Catherine Page-Jeffrey, argue the ban denies children their right to access digital technology.
So rather than booting young people off these platforms, what we need to be doing is placing greater responsibility onto the platforms themselves to actually make these spaces safer for young people. I think a lot of...
Regulating these fucks, these tech lords who have been exploiting people, again, indiscriminately and without any rules of the game for like 2 decades, almost. 2 decades. And it's just like, well, maybe we should put pressure on them to make sure that these spaces are safe for kids. Maybe that should be a thing. A responsibility on these capitalists doing the right thing. Denmark, didn't South Park do a rip on their prior troll hunting? Yeah. When the fashion and body product industry went balls in on men, I saw bulimia in young males and other issues increase, especially with gay guys. Interesting. They can still watch Coco Melon. Don't stress, lady. That's funny. Can we give a shout out to Australia? Being the first is not easy. There will be mistakes. The important thing to focus on is how we navigate correcting these mistakes. You tell them. Yeah, Green Ninja. Yeah, somebody's got to do it. Interesting.
The risks that we do see online are often things that are also kind of faced by young people offline. Things like, bullying, low self-esteem, anxiety. We need to be really careful not to kind of conflate causation with correlation.
So as the great switch-off looms, will it be a Merry Christmas for Australia's teenagers?
It'll be very different. It'll be a lot sadder because we won't get to have Vlogmas, which is just where like every day you vlog. It's like a vlog every single day up until Christmas. There also won't be Christmas hauls, which is where like you show what you got for Christmas.
Now, we all know that social media is a bit glitchy, and the government freely admits that some adult users might be kicked off by mistake.
If I am a 40-year-old adult and I happen to be a toy collector, I like comics, I may follow different child-focused accounts for very legitimate reasons. The system might use all of that evidence and presume that I'm actually a 14-year-old and therefore not eligible to have the account.
But there will be ways to get around the ban.
The one that we've heard a lot about, of course, is VPNs, virtual private networks. This technology is something that people can simply download onto their computer, and it effectively means they can pretend that they're not here in Australia. Another workaround is that an older adult could simply create an account and hand that over to the child.
Yes, I'm planning to get around it. I'll find a way around it. And once one person finds a way around it, it will spread like wildfire and everyone will know within a week.
So you'll still be on social media after December 10?
I'll find a way to be.
As a mum,
yeah,
you're comfortable with Zoe being on social media despite the ban?
100%. Yep, I'll be supporting her.
Because she'll be monitoring it.
Mum, say the line. Did you say the line? You'll be monitoring it. God damn it. We rehearsed this. Hey, well, fucking who wears the pants in that one? Just because I like kids doesn't make me a kid argument. That's an interesting one, isn't it? Hey? Like, she was saying, oh, look, if I like toys and stuff, like, I might get banned. And it's like, nah, that's an interesting one. Clutching at straws. Digital ID could be a really good thing if private interests weren't using data for profit. Yeah, I know, right? Hey? If only we didn't live in some type of weird system where everything is geared towards profit. Oh my God. Everyone in my school knew how to play games during class. Games online now, and it's filled with kids in classes. That's interesting, isn't it? Yes. Definitely knew how to do things that you shouldn't have been doing in the classroom. You guys playing poker back there? No, definitely not. I hate this argument. PDFs will always find a way. Let's try to make it harder for them at least. They will get around it. Western, that's pretty ballsy for them to be like the mum as well, just to be like, yes, I am going to help my child break the law. Western social media is banned in China, but they still get around it despite the crackdown on VPNs. It was like Cartman and his mum, wasn't it? When like he goes on like the Maury Povich show or something like that, and he has to like pretend that he's like bad, or he's, I don't know, he's, what is it? Yeah, just like a crazy, unruly child. It was seriously like that. Thank you. But ma'am, yes, it's so much like that. Thank God. Yes, that's the reference. That's what I was going for. I feel the same way about this, like I do sports betting ads. Yeah, they're pretty fucked up, the sports betting ads, I must say. Where's the personal accountability anymore? I know. I get that. But like, you know, I think humans take a while to become desensitized to certain things. And like, you know, come acclimatized to it, let's say. And like we've come a certain way with being acclimatized to certain types of advertising, but the algorithmic advertising and the way it chases you around for like betting, especially like betting is already a form of interaction that is based on addiction, and like they gear up betting to make sure it kind of attacks people's kind of base desires and reactions to things. And so it's already triggered in that way. And then you've got an algorithm following around, personalizing stuff for you. It's fucking mental. I know that personal accountability is a thing, but like there's so many odds against you now. It's not just like one ad campaign to rule them all. It's personal. And they know when to hit you up with the ads as well. It's fucking crazy. Yo. Got a lot of meetings today. Hope the stream goes well. Welcome 4IS. And we're talking social media ban at the moment. My mum would have slapped me on camera. I know, right? Like the way she was interacting just then. Shut up. Monitoring or monetizing. Is the daughter earning an income from her account? It's a good question, right? Isn't it? I think the lady who was speaking against this has the whole thing backwards. No one is saying social media is causing mental health issues. We're saying it's an accelerating factor. And that other girl's narcissism in that interview proves it. Kids are self-centered anyway. No need to make them more so. Bring back LAN games. Yes, LAN party. So good. No, sir. I took the battery out. Have they banned phones in schools outside the SA? Yes, they have. But I think it's actually like a school by school thing. I'm not sure if it's legislated. I remember my school had Halo on the school's network. That's what a sick school you went to. Ian Counter-Strike, LAN Counter-Strike parties fueled by Dexies and weed. It's a different time, a simpler time. Might just be me. I haven't placed a bet since primary school Melbourne Cup. LOL. Yeah, well, if you never get on the gravy train, hey? If you never get on it, it's easier to resist. Quake 3 Arena. Oh, yeah.
And they won't be breaking the law because it's up to the companies to keep them out or face fines of up to $50 million.
I think many of these cases are going to end up in court, particularly if fines are threatened or imposed on the companies. I think what X might do is absolutely nothing. Elon Musk has certainly been very open about seeing that platform as a space for open dialogue and open speech and not restricting access.
So yeah, he might have said that to you, but like we know that he hasn't been like that. He's even been restricting people's accounts and like right-wing people that don't agree with him, right-wing influencers. He goes and shuts down people's accounts. What's the demarcation they have there? Certified accounts, like, you know, takes away their certification. He does that all the time. So this whole thing about Elon Musk being the champion of free speech is just such bullshit. Bro, we had Quake on our school network. Every time they deleted it, we found a way to upload it again. That's creativity. Oh, yeah.
Whatever happens in the next few weeks, you might want to back up your content.
This isn't going to be perfect. I think what we have done here as a country is made the decision to say we're not going to put up with this any longer. We need to make change.
Interesting. Regulate or die, motherfucker. Regulate or die. Like, how do you fight against the capitalist class in a class war? Like, this is what we are talking about fundamentally, of fighting against capitalism here. It is surveillance capitalism specifically. And do you do that through, you know, class action? Do you do that through the state? It's a fair question. Now, I'm not sure if you're across, but UNICEF Australia exists. But like UNICEF largely is a charitable organization that kind of looks largely at kids and like ensuring that kids' rights are protected, amongst many other things. And so they've got a, you know, what do we think kind of thing about the social media ban. So the Australian government passed a new law called the Online Safety Amendment Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2024 on November. So it's been a year. They've had a year to prep for this now. This law introduces mandatory minimum age of 16 for accounts on certain social media platforms. Why is it happening? Government says the social media ban is needed to protect the mental health and well-being of Australian children and teens. What social media platforms does it ban? How will social media platforms know my age? Now, there's talk that Aussies would have to hand over personal IDs like driver's licenses or passport. The government is expected to side against this, which I believe they have. They're not doing that. Unless something's changed in the last couple of months. A few ideas are floating around on how they ensure that under 16s don't access the platform, but there is no one solution yet. And there isn't. Like, the platforms are responsible, and they do that because they have fucking algorithms that know everything about you already anyway. Will it happen to me if I have an account? It's up to the tech company that owns the platform to create systems that ensure those under 16 create can't create or keep social media accounts. This means there won't be fines or penalties for young people and their families if they gain access to age-restricted platforms. The tech companies will face potential penalties. What does UNICEF Australia think about the social media ban? All right, here it is. Charitable organisation, like I said, it's supposed to be focused on kids rights, kids protections, all that sort of stuff. Well, it's great that we're talking more about improving the online world for young people. UNICEF Australia thinks that the proposed change won't fix the problems young people face online. Social media has lots of good stuff like education and staying in touch with friends. We think it more important to make social media platforms safer and listen to young people to make sure any changes actually help. That's why we're including young people's opinions when we're talking to the government about making online spaces as safe as they can be. There you go. That's what a reputable, I guess you would say, right? UNICEF, a reputable child's charity says about this. That it's, look, we just want to make it safe. We don't have a plan to do that exactly, but like they should be safer. And so let's just talk to the social media companies. Let's talk to the tech bros and ask them to make the space safe. We need a safe space. Because that's worked pretty well up until now. Bro, we had Quake on our school network. I'm just waiting for lawsuits from American companies against the e-safety department. Karen has personal beef with Elon. She tried to ban the Mari Mari vid worldwide. LOL. All right, so that's a charitable organization, and they've taken a stance on whether or not this is acceptable behavior or not, and they've said no, don't do it like this. Let the kids have a voice. All right, so this is a piece by a psychologist, I think she's referred to as. Yeah, psychologist. This was on A Current Affair. So for anyone who's not Australian, A Current Affair is like the most groundbreaking media you can get in the Australian media landscape. They chase people in car parks. They go after the real hard journalism kind of stuff. I'm obviously being sarcastic if you're wondering. But yeah, A Current Affair has got in a psychologist who seems to have been one of the brains behind this operation of the social media ban. So let's have a listen to what she has to say.
Clinical psychologist Dr. Danielle Einstein is one of the architects of the ban, instrumental in getting it across the line. Dr. Einstein, can we really go back?
Well, we're going to see, but I think it's important that we understand why we're going back and that we all get behind the changes that are coming in.
As you just heard, most of the kids aren't happy that it's going to happen, but
you're off to do some work. Enjoy your meetings. Might see you on the other side. We'll probably be past this conversation by then.
they still think it's a good idea. Did that surprise you?
I'm glad Labor has decided to radicalise the next generation of voters. Very funny. Interesting.
Not really. Changes that are coming in.
As you just heard, most of the kids aren't happy that it's going to happen, but they still think it's a good idea. Did that surprise you?
Not really, because when you think about what's been happening, I think our mental health has been slowly being undermined. And first of all, you can think about social media as being a little bit of a cognitive cocaine, like the kids are at a party all the time. But on the other hand, what we've got is kids almost finding a false friend. So they feel okay when they're connected, but actually then when they're not connected, they're not feeling so great about themselves or about their lives because they're losing the skills.
Interestingly, most of them talked about how they're going to try and find a way around the ban, about using their parents' ID or changing the language they use online. Is that something that's going to work?
Well, Ali, I think the most important thing to understand is what this age delay, and let's call it an age delay, is, and that is, it's actually...
Einstein, of course. That's a pretty interesting name, isn't it? Like, what were the odds? Solar bears with the house. How are we? We are well. We're learning about the social media ban, and we're trying to cut through the rubbish that's out there about it. And we've heard from some angry teenagers. We've heard from some upset parents, some passionate people that think it's a good thing. So it's taken on its own type of its own course in the vast conversation out there about whether or not this is acceptable. It's not traditional culture war stuff, so it's not just let's divide people along the lines of, you know, right, left, conservative, progressive, all that sort of stuff. It doesn't seem to have that bent on it. But yeah, we're just trying to understand what the conversation really is about at the end of the day. Now the kids will go to the darker corners of the web and learn about cooker theories like climate change and wealth distribution, redistribution. Hey, fuck that. Hey, wealth redistribution, outrageous. Let the passionate kids create their own union. That's hilarious. Yeah.
Stopping kids have accounts, which means that they can't post online. So the biggest change is not whether they can watch material that's addictive or be gaming or doing other things. They can still do some parts of social media. What they can't do is post. And what we've seen happen is that young people feel as though they're only as good as the metrics on their latest post. So it's undermining the way people are feeling about themselves.
But I felt there was a bit of the focus from the kids there about looking at, rather than looking at, okay, they're getting ready for what life is going to be like without social media, it was more that they were looking at alternatives and what they can do to get around it.
Yeah, because I think, I think the change is that they can't post. They can't post their latest dance competition. They can't post their opinions or their comments in a way that's going to be commented on by other people in their peer group. That's what the change is going to look like, which also means that there's going to be less bullying, because bullying is also related to being in a big group and someone being jealous of you, which is what happens at this time of life, when kids are trying to do well, but they're not doing so well and they just get a little bit jealous. Yeah. So when we actually think about the changes that are coming in, it's about kids having accounts and defining themselves according to the size of their audience.
And if we look at why that ban is needed, like you just heard there from Evie and Zach, so 11 and 15, that they saw the uncensored assassination of Charlie Kirk online accidentally. I mean, what does that do to a young mind?
Accidentally?
It has a lot of different effects. So a child might feel afraid, they might get a shock, they might be thinking about it a lot later. It depends a little bit on whether they've got a history of some sort of anxiety or trauma in their past, that they might react in a range of different ways, but it has an effect in the short term on everyone that sort of watches it.
So what are some of the...
It's not about kids proving that they're over 16. It's about everyone else proving they are. Interesting. See, this is the thing about this phase of, you know, bringing in restrictions to online use and all that sort of stuff. Like this phase of it anyway is about the social media platforms proving that people should have accounts or not, and them being the arbitrator of that, not people having to specifically prove their age before using services, unless they get clipped, they get trolled by a social media giant and told that they are underage. Then I guess you're going to have to prove somehow that you aren't. So I guess it'll work in that sense, let's say. But again, I would be really surprised if they didn't have good information on you, enough information to figure out whether you're old enough or not. To say that bullying is someone being jealous made both myself and my daughter shake our heads. Yeah, I thought that was an interesting sweeping statement, like from a psychologist as well. It's just about someone being jealous. Very interesting point, hey? Accidentally? Won't someone think of the children? We'll start with the kids, then we'll do the masses.
Things, I mean, we're about to come up to the school holidays, and that is the longest time away from school, right as we've introduced this ban. What are some of the things that might help kids, and what are some advice perhaps for parents to help wean kids off social media?
Well, the first thing is to recognise, I think, the fact that there are still lots of addictive uses of our digital media. So what I recommend is that you get whatever it is, whether it's Roblox or whatever a child is still doing, onto one device which they use in one place in their house. And that shouldn't be in the bedroom, okay? Because that actually helps you have the intention to go to the device to look at what's going on. Okay, I think I'll just have a bit of a play on Roblox now, or chat with my friends or socialise.
Yeah, clinical
but
psychologist.
Instead of being in their bedroom and that being the only way that a child has to calm themselves and to entertain themselves, they actually can make the intention to go there. And I think that parents need to not be looking over kids' shoulders as they're doing that. It's really important for us to support the fact that this ban is coming in, and what this has done is actually put the regulation on the school systems, the systems around them, whether it be the school or the platforms.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I think we've got to accept, though, this is going to be really hard, though, for the kids who've already had it and have had it for a couple of years, to all of a sudden take it away from them. That's a tricky transition.
But they know that it's not helpful for them. They know it's impacting their brain.
I think they know all of that.
Yeah.
Like, we also know that, you know, you shouldn't touch something hot, but, you know, I mean, yes, we don't. But, like, we know as adults what's right or wrong, but it doesn't mean we always do the right thing.
True,
yeah.
True. And that's where we've got to recognise what addiction is and the fact that that many kids, in fact, are addicted to it, and the really harmful effects it has on the individual child, on their brain, on their ability to handle their emotions, like calm themselves down, their interest in doing things just for the...
Having shit taken away from you is a good life lesson. Yeah, it is. It's character building shit, that's for sure. It makes you have to deal with reality. That's for sure. Fuck me, cheese is addictive too. Good timing. Ban kids 2 years away from voting on social media, right at the same time you ban the release of the trailer of Pauline's movie. Good work, Labour. Interesting. Well played, Labour. Yeah, interesting. So she's basically saying, be a parent to your child. Seen that ad telling parents to read to their kids. What are these parents doing? Interesting.
Sake of doing it. I'm going to learn a skateboard trick because I enjoy it, not because of how much attention it's going to get me.
Yeah. Well, look, as I say, it's going to be a big change for everybody. Can I also say too that we just saw Malaysia today announce that they're going to be banning for under 16s. That is huge. Let's hope it works, because if it does, it'll be great for the kids. And thank you so much for joining us tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Ali.
Well.
Interesting. Gotta love Sykes on 200k plus telling people to send their kids to a space they can use that's not their room, while most people didn't even have a spare room anymore, let alone having one child per room. Yeah, I know. Just consolidate it onto one device. Eh? They've got multiple. They should all have it on one. It's not that difficult. Savage. NDIS will fund it. Interesting. Very interesting.
So a child...
All right. So look. Let's just have a real conversation about what's going on here. The social media ban is, I believe, a part of class warfare. I know you're probably thinking, hey, how can you reduce it to that? Is that really what's going on here? There seems to be other implications. But yes, it really is part of class warfare. Now, is it a form of warfare between, you know, the working class versus the capitalist overlord? You know, it's probably not that type of class warfare that we're talking about here. But what we have is a social media environment that has been, as I've already said, for the last 2 decades almost, allowed to treat the digital realm like the fucking wild, wild west. And so they have done some pretty crazy experimentation. Let's be honest. That's what they really are up to here. They've done some incredibly crazy and rather nefarious experimentation with all people that interact with the World Wide Web some way, but specifically they've been doing this to people that work and use social media, which is pretty much everyone, and they have been targeting young people. They don't just go after adults and test the environment with them. They do specifically go after young people because they know that they are impressionable and they are a part of the market, the consumer class that has influence over people that spend money on consumption and will be a future market. So we condition them now, we turn the little dials right now, we brainwash them now, we indoctrinate them now so that they become better consumers later, which is better for the market system, and extract information from them now, modify their behavior now, and then you can get more of a profile on them, so then you can continue to profit from them. It is a capitalist group. It is a section of the tech bro bourgeoisie. These are transnational corporations that go around the world implementing digital realms, particular digital spaces that they have complete control over, and they use to extract data from people. And they don't just extract data because the data itself is valuable. They're extracting data on people so they can manipulate their behavior. Now, when you have transnational corporations that are imperialist, they are imperialist themselves. Like, this is not, US imperialism here. I'm talking about corporate imperialism, where they have market capture and they go around the world feeding off certain markets. How the fuck do you fight that? How do you fight that? If this is a class struggle between the capitalist class and the consumer class, how does the consumer class organize itself to protect itself against this type of stuff? How do you do it? Now, most of the time, consumers do nestle themselves within particular state boundaries, state borders, nation states. They are citizenry within a country, and there is legislation and protection, so consumer laws and protections that help the consumer class against the ravages of predatory capitalistic behavior. Like, this is just a thing. And so a key part, I guess you would say, of the war against the capitalist class by the consumer class is using government or state level legislation to protect the consumer class. This is not new. This is not new stuff at all. Now, if the legislation has been devised in a way that it is not, hey, you now need to prove yourself and identify yourself online at all times. No, it's putting the responsibility on social media platforms, on capitalists, to make sure they vet their audiences, to ensure that, kids aren't accessing accounts and then posting things, interacting online with said accounts, because it is the interactions that they're having online that is the problem, not the fact that they're accessing social media, but their interactions online, which is causing the concern. And because tech bros haven't done anything about making their interactions online more appropriate and more conducive to their needs as young persons, then this is a form of consumer protection. This really is a form of the class struggle. This is about reining in some capitalists who really get away with some pretty crazy stuff online, and they're doing this stuff to people that we consider as a society vulnerable. We have this type of stuff already. We have ratings classifications on movies and games and other forms of media, and we don't let kids go and play games that are restricted or watch movies that are restricted. We don't normally. They can still access them if they really want to, if their parents choose to let them access that stuff. But broadly, we say, no, this is too heavy for kids. And there has been a body of evidence that has accumulated over the last, I would say, 15 years now, that has shown. Now, I'm not saying that social media kind of is bad, like social media as a concept is bad for kids, but has shown that the predatory practices of social media companies is detrimental to children. So let me just clarify all of that and just say, if we had some form of open source social media that everybody was on, that all these kids wanted to be on, or some type of social media that was established within your country of origin. So for the Australians, if the Australian government set up fucking Silicon Valley in, I don't know, Perth, and there was a bunch of Australian tech bros that designed some Australian social media platforms, and they were legislated and regulated under Australian law, and like we could all have a real say in how these companies should be interacting with our children, then like fine, like you could regulate that a little bit better. But we have these transnational corporations, big ginormous behemoth entities that have, you know, armies and armies of lawyers, and they have set things up in certain ways that just prey on humans, like for profit here. Then like let's look at the material reality of our social media. It's not open source shit. It's not some decentralized platform where anyone can just go on and, you know, they're not manipulated by an algorithm. That's not our material reality. The social media that we have is something that is run by a very small monopolistic capitalist class or group, a section of the bourgeoisie, the tech bros specifically. And like they have just shown time and time again that they just don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. If anything, they are constantly devising practices and tactics to try and manipulate larger and larger groups of people. And it's not just the data mining. Like, if you think that they can't, to a very sophisticated degree, figure out who's under 16 and not, then like if you don't believe that's possible, then I've got a fucking bridge to sell you. Because the amount of data that they have on people that, you know, just brush up with the internet, like they don't even, you know, use it on a daily basis. They might not have apps and accounts on things. You don't even have to fucking have accounts. Like they have got a profile on everyone, and the types of people that are really interacting with it broadly, you know, they would definitely know who's 16 and not. Like it'd be, you know, fucking 1 in a million, that woman that was just like, oh, but what if I just like kids' toys? I'm a 50-year-old woman that can just love kids' toys, right? I'll be affected by this. Like, well, if you get affected by this, like then, you know, maybe reach out to the social media company and show them a picture of your face. They probably have it already. They'll verify you within a second. And so like, yeah, there's some people that are going to be captured by that. So like, look, whether or not this is about civil rights or not, fair enough. Okay, should the rights of children be encroached on? Should they be able to express themselves openly on the World Wide Web? Yes, they fucking should. Materially, though, are these environments just accessing the World Wide Web, or are they heavily curated environments? Heavily curated environments that are about data extraction and behavioral modification. That's what they are doing. They want you on their platform so they can steal your information and change your behavior. Like literally change your behavior. They want to modify you. It's open. It's out there. The body of literature is out there. They actually, their whole systems are set up to modify you. They want to change you. If this was like something like a service that they just provided and like they hit you up with ads every now and again, which is what it looks like on the surface, then, you know, maybe it's just like reading the newspaper. Maybe, if anyone knows what a fucking newspaper is. But they specifically design these environments to change you. They are specifically trying to modify humans. And so, like, at the end of the day, if they want to modify people through their algorithms, through their systems, then, like, Fucking do it somewhere else. I don't think it's a particularly good system to encourage their cowboy behavior because people are worried about it encroaching on the civil liberties of children who, as somebody's already brought up, they don't have fucking civil liberties to the most part already. They are usually beholden to their guardians. They're usually beholden. They're usually beholden to their parents' decisions, all that sort of stuff. And they're not allowed to vote. So they don't have, you know, democratic rights and all that sort of stuff. I think it is a stretch to argue on, again, children need to have their civil liberties protected and are able to go online in an environment that is just completely designed to troll you for your information. I don't think they really care about providing social media services. They just want to stay ahead of the game so they still have market capture. This isn't about providing the best service for them. It's about providing the best surveillance technology. And like, until we resolve the issues of that type of a market system, I'm not saying that this is the silver bullet and this is the way to go. But like, this is the type of stuff that changes moods and conversations within the consumer class. And like, let's be honest, okay? I know it might not be a direct and overt form of class warfare, but like, the families that are fighting against big tech here, a majority of this family interest group here, a majority of those people, a large majority of those people are working class families. And so, you know, they need some assistance fighting against the juggernaut of these transnational corporations. They really have some incredible capture across the world. Like basically the entire world apart from like Russia and China, these guys have captured. That is a significant portion of like the entirety of the human population. And so part of the conversation that we have heard so far is like, okay, Australia's going to start this, and maybe that might kick off a chain of events where nation states around the world start to consider the needs of their citizenry and whether or not, when they try to reproduce the next generation, as we've spoken about before, like with the education system analogy, should we reproduce the next generation with exposure to this predatory behavior or try to curb it a little bit? And then this might be a catalyst for surveillance capitalists around the world to be like, fuck it. If we want the kids are profitable as fuck. It's such a good market. Maybe we'll have to slow it down a little bit then. Maybe we'll have to provide services that, you know, at least on the surface appear to be protecting children a little bit better from our predatory behavior. Maybe. I don't know if that'll ever happen. It might not. But this is class war to a certain extent. I think there's a war going on between the consumer class and the capitalist class. And so, you know, my instinct when it comes to wars against the capitalist class is like, fuck them. Fuck them. Who cares? I don't think they have anyone else's interest but their own domination and profit margins. I really don't think they care as long as they continue to dominate and profit from this stuff. So like, you know, if the only solution is to have states step in and do this, then like, you know, that's the way it's got to be, man. That's the way it's got to be. Now I've kind of missed a lot of stuff on my little rant there. Let me go back. Let's see what I've missed. Just send them out to the backyard. They say on the third floor apartment renter. They say to the third floor apartment renter. This ban snowballing across the world. The tech bros are going to release an army of lawyers. If it's just Oz, we have no power. But if other countries can join, I can't wait. We'll see. Wasn't social media manipulating kids' emotions to buy shit from Oz? Yes, they got busted. And this is like like 10 years ago, they were experimenting on Australian kids, and they were like, you know, hitting them up on the weekend. They were waiting for them to like post things when they felt insecure, and like, you know, when they were whinging about stuff online, like crying or not feeling comfortable emotionally. They knew what emotional state they were in because what music they were listening to, and they were hitting them up with like, oh, you would probably look better in this mascara, or you'd look better in this dress. And they were preying upon Australian teenagers. It was the transnationals. I knew it. I knew it. But why are they not going after the corporations that target kids as well? This is a band-aid fix for a problem too scary for most politicians to tackle. Yeah. Who is they? Governments or tech bros? Who are we blaming today? Oh, I see. The capitalists. I'm up to speed again. Yeah, it's the capitalists, bro. Wait, back to the tech bros. Back to capitalists. They're the same thing. There's just a particular portion of the capitalist class. Corporate colonization, of life itself. Trans Tifa goes after kids just as much as the corporations. The left don't have kids. They steal yours. Heavy. They have AI and social media to gather who we are, but these companies will still target stuff for kids. They'll figure out a way. They'll figure out a way. Isn't it funny how one of their arguments is kids can't find their community? Okay, what about trans kids, queer kids, ethnic minorities? Oh, what kids are we talking about? Makeup kids with 40-year-old cis male followers. That's crazy, man. Honestly. I'm pretty sure cigarette companies are bad for kids, but maybe also bad for adults. Is social media good for adults? Probably not. Not the way that it's predatory anyway. You know why we wouldn't have tech bros here? Because power is too expensive due to renewables. Oh. All right, calm down. Elon promised me a new Twitter. I feel targeted. I'm 40 and I built a Speed Champion F40 Lego kit on the weekend. I regret nothing. Fair enough. Fair enough. Look, you can play with kids' toys if you really want to. But if you're searching it to the degree that an algorithm might think you're a child, then, like, you know, you might have to just cop that one on the chin. Yo. What's up? What's up? Give up your freedom to choose? Yeah, well, poor kids. They never had the freedom in the first place. MySpace, etc. taught kids to be future tech bros, to be developers, etc. with hookers and blackjack. No, new renewable energy projects are now cheaper than fossil fuels in most cases. Current social media will result in more celebrities for being celebrity. What value skill is being brought to the future economy? Knowing how to exist on social media. That's a skill. So it's more about forcing adults to use government-sanctioned digital online ID. Clever girl. See, I don't even know if it's about that. Like, so the legislation is crafted that it's just the responsibility of the social media platform. And again, I don't buy for a second that these surveillance capitalists don't know how old people are. They can tell by the way. Have you ever spoken to someone who's like 12 years old on like a messenger or a chat or something like that? Like, fuck. Like the language is completely, like, intergenerational language is a thing. Like, they can know so many ways of telling how old people are. That includes the new infrastructure and transmission lines, plus the cost of shipping all over the stuff from China, because my power bills have never been higher, and SA is 100% renewables. Google is your friend. You trust Google search. That's cute. That was a good rant. You should clip it for YouTube. Oh, yeah. Forgot about that. Thank you. Thank you. You are fulfilling your role well. Can I say the suggestions have been great. What time is it? How far are we in? Let's say 1:15. Thanks for the heads up, Jack. So, and argument from Mr. E is fuck 'em. Take whichever option of the day. The capitalists. Get rid of the customer base. Fuck 'em. Yeah, pretty much. It's like, I don't trust that they are providing a service because it's just a good service for the consumer. They're providing data harvesting services that then turned on people to manipulate them and their behavior. And I'm not just pulling this out of the sky out of speculation. There's enough literature out there to know that this is what they have intended to do, and they're doing it really effectively, like really effectively. And they are going after young people, especially, to manipulate them. Google is a tool that displays information from various sources. If you studied any advanced learning institute, you would have learned how to spot reputable sources, giving off big government bad type of rationality. MySpace taught old people to use way too many sparkly GIFs. Oh, yeah, I guess I'm wrong. I'll just be sitting over here waiting for the penny to drop. 100% mystery for all the parents, LOL, meant lots of love, not for us. Dang, dilemmas. We don't have pennies anymore. Savage. You only need a few data points to personally identify someone. Yes, that's another scary reality, isn't it? Back, sorry. Corporate call. There. Service of capital there. Subtle, I like it. Volta or renewables were always 7.9. Oh, you you love that. You love that fact. Nice to see you again, Anton. Welcome back. We also don't have the world's cheapest power anymore, but the times, they are changing. All right, that's it. I don't want to spend any more time on this topic, but it seems to be, it's picking up again. People like as we get closer to December 10, D-Day, everyone's just like, oh my God, planes are going to fall out of the sky and all that sort of shit. 14-year-old girls doing makeup tutorials are going to, not know what to do with all this additional time anymore. And like, what's the world going to be like after December 10? But at the end of the day, do you really want to just protect the interests of the capitalist class? Because that's all that this really boils down to at the end of the day, is like they have been caught not making or like deliberately designing spaces that fuck people over. Like deliberately causing concerns. It is addictive. And like whether it's a traditional form of addiction or not, whatever, they have deliberately designed these spaces because they want to maximize your eyeballs, your interaction, your time on that platform. And so if they're designing it spaces like that to draw people out and keep their focus on them for as long as possible, and that's their intention, and their intention is because they want to profit off that somehow, directly, indirectly, whatever. If that's their intention, then there needs to be some type of regulation on that. But the argument has been, again, from the literature, from the body of literature out there, from people that have tried to keep up with how intense the pace of surveillance capitalists are, is that like their number one friend, their number one tactic in this class struggle, this class struggle between the surveillance capitalists and the consumer class, is that they are always so far ahead of any regulator that they can just basically make shit up as they're going, because they're literally making up these algorithms and changing them all the time, and no regulator would ever know unless they were inside the company themselves watching them. And so like I wouldn't believe for a second that they are crafting algorithms in the public interest. No way. And so like unless they are forced to provide a service that isn't just a vehicle for plundering people and profiteering to the max, and like why else would they? Why would they? That's their prerogative. They want to profit to the max. Like fair enough. But like we do understand, and we've set up societies in a way to make sure we can regulate the activities of the capitalist classes, so like it's not too detrimental for everybody. Like we do actually have to reproduce ourselves as a species. Like, have you met like some people that have grown up with social media and like, grown up with like digital technologies, the Internet of Things at their disposal all the time? Like somebody who already dropped the anecdote I think it was dilemmas that, like, you know, what for the children in prams that their parents drop a phone or an iPad into their lap and they never experience the world outside them apart from being constantly in front of a screen. Like, thinking about the reproduction of future generations, the reproduction of the human race, like social production in the Marxian sense. Like, that's a big thing. And capitalists continually overstep the mark and then look back and are like, fuck, I wish someone had regulated this, because we've just destroyed another, like, we're destroying the future generation of workers, and there's no capitalists without workers. And so, like, they can't be trusted to ensure social reproduction happens. There is a point to regulation. And so I don't advocate for making capitalism better, humanizing capitalism. I don't like that, to be honest. But at the end of the day, you know, there's no fucking social revolution around the corner in Australia. And so we should do something, I would say, to, you know, to not have these people completely destroy a generation of people. Did you see my censored comment? Oh, you got censored? Explaining things in this comment section is too hard with character limits. I don't know. What was your censored comment? Have you put one in Discord? Nah, it's not there. No, I haven't seen anything yet, sorry. In a robot-driven economy, we are only the consumers, so anything pushing our kids to be better consumers sounds wrong. In a robot-driven economy, well, that's coming. So, like, yeah, when we have all the robots doing all the jobs, we won't need the distinction between capitalist and worker anymore. So, you know, it'll just be who's the best consumer. And that seems to be an important thing at the moment. Capture the consumer class. All right. We're done. We're done with this topic. I've had my rant. I think people know my position on these people profiting, continually profiting off us. Now, we're going to jump to some modern monetary theory stuff, because I started listening to this earlier and I think it's rather interesting, and I didn't get to finish it, so I wanted to finish it with all of you. Like, I should hold this information and keep this information to myself. But what we've got here is another installment by Richard J. Murphy. I enjoy this guy's content. He's a modern monetary theorist, so we've had a bit of time speaking about modern monetary theory. I think Antoine might be somewhat of a modern monetary theorist. I think Rennick, actually, our Rennictarian philosopher in the house, Dilemmas, would probably get a lot of stuff from modern monetary theory, because that's exactly what Rennick sounds like, a modern monetary theorist, in terms of his policy decisions, what he thinks we should be doing with money, what he thinks we should be doing with the central bank, and all that sort of stuff. And so, like, this one is a particular exposition on this really warped, I want to say, neoliberal notion that we need to manage our governments and our government fiscal and monetary policy like a household budget. I think it's an incredibly dangerous form of rhetoric that completely obfuscates the way that governments or the state relates to a free market system. There is really good literature out there, like anarchist thought. David Graeber, I think, does interesting work on this idea that markets don't exist without the state. And so you don't have a market without a governmental structure of some sort that is able to kind of set up what the bounds of the market is. They set up a framework for a market to exist in. And so like when you have, and no offense to the libertarians watching this, but like, when you have the libertarians out there who are, quick to tell you that like, governments shouldn't exist and, the market should decide everything. And it's all predicated on everyone, freely playing in a market economy and being able to do whatever they want, have their rights protected. You don't have markets and rights being protected without a government. And so markets only exist because governments or the state exists and is able to support the structures, like the legal structures, everything that is required to set up a marketplace. And so there has been this kind of insidious notion put in everybody's heads, which seems to be logical, like seems to make sense. I think since the neoliberal era, which is, government debt bad, government spending bad. Like if you really want to get rid of your debt, like if you were a person and you had, $20 billion worth of debt, you'd want to get rid of $20 billion debt as an individual, right? If you had $10 million income coming in and like you had $20 million debt, then, you'd save as much as you could to bring back down your debt. And like you try and balance, your household budget in a way. So you cut your spending and you put a dent in your debt so you could be free, like kind of thing. But that's not how governments work. And so I think there's been, again, this insidious logic that has reared its head in the neoliberal era, which has convinced people that, governments are actually like a household budget. And so like everyone is like ridiculously concerned about government debt. So much so that neoliberal economists around the world have used that as a justification to impose extreme austerity measures on the world's populations. And so like, for a long time now, we've been just cutting government services because, lo and behold, governments all around the world are severely in debt. And so everyone's like, fuck, the only way to deal with this is to balance the budget, get rid of any deficit that we might have in this financial year, and then start paying down that debt. But that is not how macroeconomics works. That's not how it works at a government level. You need governments to spend to provide services, and when governments spend money, it employs people and it makes the system go around. It's the government, the state doing certain things at certain points that is actually what helps stimulate the economy, and governments doing things like taxing as well, which helps reduce things like inflation. And governments have a certain ability, a special magical power that like households don't have. It's like households need to get access to money. That's why you go to work, or maybe you have other means of getting money. I don't want to know, especially if they're illegal. But like, households get money, get access to money to do stuff with it. Governments print money. They have control over monetary policy. They can create money and do whatever the fuck they want with it. And their debts. They can sell their debts and like use that as leverage. Like governments exist, like economically speaking, they are just a completely different entity to a household. So like this conventional wisdom that the human race has just fucking acquired since the neoliberal era is just dumb. It's just really stupid. Now, I don't think we've just come up with that on our own. We've been brainwashed, like I said, thanks to neoliberal ideology for the past 50 years to think, oh shit, debt's bad. So government spending must be really bad. And it's like, fuck, what world are we living in where, we're happy to pay taxes and like, rely on government services and them doing stuff, and then also think at the same time that the government spending is bad? Like, no, that's why we live in the societies and structure societies the way we have structured them. We need governments to do certain things. Like, I'm not talking about government overreach and governments being frivolous, but governments aren't households. They're not the fucking same thing. You can't compare them. It might be a nice analogy for explaining really, really small things. to kids, but it's not a good analogy if you want to understand how modern economics works. Bruh, I have money. I made this shit coin. You want some? Let me just print a bazillion shit coins by typing some numbers in my computer. There's ultra modern monetary theory right there. Right there. I was getting a weird pink error message. I've never seen it before. Simply, big government equals bad equals simplistic rationalizing, neglecting other factors. Anecdotal evidence is not a reflection of the whole. I said most cases for a reason. This subject is well researched. Yeah, interesting. How government capital is used is very important. Why can't we have all forms of energy generation? Oh, you guys are still having a separate conversation, right? Sounds legal. Shitcoin. Hey? All right, let's let Professor Murphy over here explain it a lot better than I can, given his, extensive time in the industry. But yeah, we'll let him have a chat about this one. But I think it's a really important part of our indoctrination. Oh my God, I can't say the word indoctrination in this world. That, yeah, a lot of people are just like, yeah, fuck, government debt is bad. Wait, governments shouldn't spend money. Like, we don't have money to spend. Like, this is a crisis. Like governments aren't households. They technically should live forever, and they can pay their debts in multiple ways. They can issue bonds. They can print money. They can literally create money. They have the license to do so. They have reserve banks that they can rely on. They can go into the private market to seek things because people want access to government debt. There's so many mechanisms that governments have that like a household doesn't have, but like they have a responsibility, which is, and like whether you like this or not, I don't really like it, but a government is there in a free market society to regulate the market, to allow it to survive and flourish. Sometimes I wish then the government did a shit job in a defeatist sense, because then the market system would come crashing down completely. But like the amount of death, despair, and destruction that will be left in the trail of that, in the wake of that, just to prove a point that the market system can't operate without, effective governance, it's not really worth it, I would say. And we'll get some pretty fascistic responses to that on the way out. All right. Let's listen to him. Whoa. That was weird. Is he not speaking?
There is something called the household analogy. The household analogy is an idea put forward by right-wing economists and politicians who claim that there is no difference between the government and the way it must behave and households and the way that they must behave. And it's wrong. It's absolutely wrong. It's based upon a mythical view of economics which presumes that markets know best, and despite the fact that everything about this analogy is wrong, every single budget, including that which will be presented by Rachel Reeves next week, has been based upon this analogy for far too long. In this video, I want to explain what the household analogy is, why it's wrong, what that means, and how we can do better. Because if you are really going to understand how we can have a better economics, that matters. The argument within the household analogy is very simple, and you have heard it so many times that you will recognize it. The statement is that households must live within their means. If they borrow, the amount that they do borrow must be limited because their debt must be repaid, and ideally, their spending should depend upon prior saving so that they don't go into overdraft, because it is claimed overspending leads to bankruptcy, whether that is of the household or a business.
I hate that. That's a big part of, I would say, neoliberal indoctrination as well, is this idea that everyone should live within their means. Fuck you. Live within my means. What does that even mean? Like, why should I have to live within my means as an individual or as a household? But like, as a government, like, live within your means. Your job as a government is to provide services to your population. You know, like the sovereignty kind of argument, like the social contract. Humans give, you know, in living in an area, citizens provide government with the right to use some level of authority over them because they're supposed to be providing a service. They're supposed to be doing a function that is necessary to keep civilization on a expected trajectory, to keep it up to some type of standard. And so, like, telling a government to live within its means is basically saying, well, you know, you're all not worth investing money in or spending on or planning for. So, like, fuck all of you. Live within your means. You're not worth it.
And the economists who put forward this idea are universally microeconomists. In other words, they only think about the world through the lens of households and businesses. And very, very few of them at all think about the way in which government works because basically they don't like government. But the truth is, the government is nothing like a household. It is, in fact, in very many cases, the exact opposite of a household. For example, households use the currency that is created by the state in which they're located. So, in the UK, every household uses the pound. But the job of the government isn't to use the pound. The job of the government is to create the pound. It literally creates money every time it spends. When it has a valid budget approved by Parliament, all it does when it wishes to spend is tell the Bank of England to create new money on whatever it is that it wants to acquire, and the Bank of England will do so. Money is then injected into the economy. No household can do that because it hasn't got the power to create money, and nor does it own its own bank, but the government does. As a result...
Good point. It's an interesting one, isn't it, right? That, yes, households might have to live within their means and, like, pay down their debts, but, like, do they have a private bank and a bank that they own and control and can ask them to just give them money whenever they fucking feel like it? I'd love to have that, eh? Some people have the bank of mum and dad, eh? I've heard of that sort of stuff before. Hey, I need some money for a deposit on a house. Thank you very much. I will have it transferred straight into my bank account. But, like, that's an actual real thing for countries. They have banks that they control and they set budgets and they get the money for the budgets that they set. Not like looking for money to, like, trying to, you know, work in the economy or extract money out of the economy somehow to pay for your budget. It's very different stuff. Your means are what is required for you to continue to sustain yourself, to continue optimal capital production, plus some concessions if you're lucky. Eh? Yeah, that's the sad part about it. Like, when you sustain yourself, you're sustaining yourself for capital, really. Most people sustain themselves because they need to work. They sustain themselves, educating themselves, designing their entire existences so they can plug themselves into the economy. They work to live. Sorry, they live to work, not work to live. It's an unfortunate reality. I want to get our research assistant in on this concept. I think this is important from a modern monetary theory perspective, right? Let's get our liberal-minded, liberal with a small L, liberal-minded research assistant to help us out. In a typical free market society like the UK, Australia, the US, when a government sets a budget and it needs to start paying for the things that it has budgeted for, how does it get that money? The traditional notion is that this comes from people paying taxes. But in modern monetary theory, the idea is that the taxes are after the fact and the services that are budgeted for are provided outside of that. Can you briefly explain this phenomenon? The Deficit Myth book is a great elaboration on this stuff. One thing I remembered is discusses that a nation is not like a household or business if they have financial sovereignty, meaning they can print money and still be valued internationally. I think there's more to it, but I can't remember. It's interesting stuff, isn't it? It is really interesting stuff because it just goes against all of the fucking neoliberal brainwashing that we've had over the last 50 years. It's scary to think how trapped we are within the ideology that sets itself up in a capitalist system. Like there is a set of understandings of the world, common sense notions that take a hold, and it helps replicate the current system so capitalism can keep on going on and on and on and on and on. Live within your means. All money is borrowed and you earn bank debt. Why have more if you know that consumption is ruining the planet? Households are trying to lower debt. Governments are trying to increase it. Is that bad when trillions are paid back with our lives' efforts in taxes? All borrowed as the central bank is mandated to give them what they want. The money has to flow through society, and taxes are the repayment to borrowing done decades ago. Traditional household view analogy. In the mainstream political discourse, people often think government collects taxes. Government uses those taxes to pay for services. If taxes aren't enough, it borrows from financial markets using issuing bonds. Monomonetary view, how sovereign currency actually works. According to monomonetary theory, which simply describes how monetary systems already function. It's funny. The government doesn't get money from anywhere first, or a currency issuing government like the UK, US, or Australia creates money by spending. When the government pays for hospitals, wages, roads, welfare, defense, etc., the central bank simply credits bank accounts. It is not taking money from somewhere. It is new money created into existence. Taxes do not fund spending in the monetary sense. MMT argues that taxes remove money from the current economy, create demand for the currency. You must get AUD, GB, PUSD to pay taxes. Control inflation. I think that's a good thing that people often forget is like taxation actually creates demand for currency as well. If you're being taxed, you're being taxed in a certain denomination, you need to have that money. Bond issuance doesn't fund spending. Issuing bonds helps manage interest rates, gives investors a place to store savings, does not give the government money to spend. The government could technically spend without issuing a single bond. Another interesting statement. How does the government actually get money to spend? When Parliament passes a budget, Treasury instructs the central bank to make payments. Central bank marks up credits, bank accounts. Money appears in the banking system. This is the creation of new money, just like when a private bank creates money through lending. Can you give a specific example of this? Can you give a specific example of this? They create money with a click of a computer keyboard. Added interest rates costs them 4 cents per $100 to print, and we pay back full value. Interesting. Okay, step 1, Parliament approves the budget. Budget is passed. This gives the Australian Treasury the legal authority to spend up to that amount. No money has been collected yet. No taxes have moved. No borrowing has occurred. Step 2, Treasury instructs the Reserve Bank of Australia to pay $500 million to XYZ Construction Pty Ltd for the hospital project. RBA creates money by crediting the bank account. This is the part that contradicts the household analogy. Here's what happens. XYZ Construction has a business bank account at, say, the Commonwealth Bank. The RBA marks up credit CBA's reserve account by 500 million. CBA in turn credits XYZ construction deposit account with 500 million. No taxpayer account was debited. No pre-existing pool of money was drawn. The $500 million were created as new dollars in that moment. Taxes happen later, removing some money. When workers pay income, businesses pay corporate tax, GST is collected on purchases. That money is subtracted, deleted from private bank accounts, and removed from circulation inside the government's accounting system. Taxes do not go anywhere. They simply reduce the amount of money left in the private sector. Again, this is the modern monetary theory explanation of how this works. Okay, not everyone agrees with this. Especially this idea of taxation, that taxation isn't evil. It's actually a way of controlling the money supply and thus controlling inflation. But, you know, not everybody likes that.
Households can run out of money. That's entirely correct. To that extent, the household analogy is true. That's what households can do. But the household analogy ignores the fact that governments can never run out of their own currency because they alone have the power to create more of it. So this creates fundamental consequences for the behaviour of households and governments, which mean they are entirely different. For example, a household can cut its spending and the costs that it has cut out simply disappear. It has money left over as a consequence. If, for example, I stop buying coffee, a situation I can't imagine, but suppose I did, then the coffee shop will not send me an invoice for the coffees I haven't bought. I will have simply eliminated the expense. It will have gone, and I will have a saving. The household operates in isolation. Their cuts only affect their own budget, although I might have a material impact upon the well-being of one or two coffee shops in Ely as well, but that's not the point. The logic is that this does not scale to the economy as a whole. When the government spends, it pays the wages of pensioners, it pays the wages of its employees, it pays its suppliers and contractors, and it feeds money throughout the economy. When the government stops spending, that income disappears. But there is a completely perverse outcome, which is quite unlike what happens in a household. When the government stops spending, it reduces its income. Because if people don't get the wages, pensions, and contractual payments that they are entitled to receive from the government, then they don't make payments of tax either. Quite simply, the government, when it stops spending, stops money circulating through the economy. And when the government spends, that money doesn't get used once, it gets used more than once. So the first person who gets money from the government, let's call it an old age pensioner receiving their pension, spends it. Old age pensioners don't get their cash from the government to hoard it. They go out and pay their bills, they pay their rent.
Some of them do, I'm sure. They give it out to their grandkids. I bet you there's like just so much like physical currency out there that has been hidden by pensioners who are like trying to hide from the government how much money they have actually access to so they can continue to get their pension. Stored in bundles of cash all around. They send it to India. Interesting. Very good.
If they've still got rent to pay, they pay their utility suppliers, they buy food, they buy clothes, or whatever. But the point is, that money then becomes somebody else's property. In the process...
I don't have an issue with taxation. I have an issue with inflation and dumb spending, like machete bins. Or stockpiling iTunes cards. That's fucking hilarious. It's a good way to launder some cash too, eh? There's some gift cards. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, look, taxation is about, according to modern monetary theory, of course, but taxation is about controlling inflation. If you have a problem with inflation, then you must love a bit of tax.
Even if the pensioner doesn't pay tax on the income that they receive, the recipient at the second stage will. VAT will be paid. The person...
Yeah, I was going to say, he's brought up the pensioner example. And it's like, yeah, but like, if they get a pension from the government, they shouldn't pay tax on it either. But They then use that money and it trickles throughout society. It's the pensioner version of trickle-down economics, which actually works. It gets distributed throughout the economy, unlike the traditional form of neoliberal trickle-down economics, where the ultra-wealthy get tax breaks and they use that for their own interests, and none of that money goes out into the real economy. Right? Keeping inflation low is to stop the peaks and troughs of inflation. Giving money to the lowest in society is most likely to be spent and become somebody else's income. Well, the central banks want growth, and now population growth has stopped. The only thing left to them is keep pumping in on silly things. They don't care. They need to have growth or the public vote them out. Because either would be called a recession. Interesting. We still have growth. What type of growth? Yeah. Growth on the financial markets. Speculative growth. We have internet growth. Yeah, all right. Thank you, tech bros. Oh, we have interest growth, not internet growth. The closer to money printing, the better purchasing power they have too. And welfare is a debt instrument to input money.
And who receives the money will have a corporation tax liability if they make a profit as a result. And they will be paying their staff, and those staff will pay tax and national insurance, and then they will have net income left over, and they'll spend. And the process goes on and on and on. In other words, when the state spends, what it puts into the economy becomes somebody else's income, but that in turn then provides a second person with income, and on and on. And every single time that happens, tax is paid. So if the government cuts its expenditure, it also cuts its income. And households don't do that. So governments and households are fundamentally different. Quite literally, part of every pound the government spends returns to it as tax. But that is not true in households for one very good reason. Households can't impose taxes. So again, we have a fundamental difference between households and governments. And to confuse the two, as most economists and politicians do, is just crazy. Because if you don't understand what you're trying to manage, you won't manage it well. And that's what's happened as a consequence of the household analogy. Macroeconomics is, in this case, nothing like microeconomics. You can't add up every individual in the country and work out what the behavior of the country as a whole will be, because
Yeah. I was talking about that before. It's interesting, isn't it? Like, key difference, people die. Like, households will come and go, but governments don't. Like, in theory, they should be there in perpetuity and continuing to regulate the economy. And they've got services that they need to provide to people. They should exist, again, in perpetuity. That's what they're there for. So if you have to pay off your debts when you die, a country never dies. It's interesting. This guy clearly doesn't know about the parent tax. Yeah, right. Yeah, I was gonna say a household con tax. We're like, what about, charging people that live in your household rent? Eh? Interesting. Yeah, you can sublet, and then you can make money that way. All right, if you want to be in these four walls, you're gonna have to start paying board, motherfucker. I'll send a video, but what happens when a country is taken over and has debt? Does the incoming government take it over? Interesting. In general, yes. Interesting.
in aggregate, we behave differently than we do in our personal circumstances. What is prudent for an individual can be destructive for a nation. For example, in the face of an economic downturn, it's prudent for an individual to save, to cover for the potential rainy day they might face. But if everybody saved, we would actually make any recession worse because there wouldn't be enough spending going on. And the result would be a depression rather than a recession. So in that situation, whilst it might be prudent for an individual to save, it's logical for a government to spend. Governments have to do, in a great many cases, the exact opposite of what households do. They act counter-cyclically. And that's why macro is not micro. They have to be different. So, what is the real constraint on government spending? Because it isn't its ability to get hold of money. Households have to get hold of either money or a way of borrowing before they can spend, but governments don't. They can create their own money. But there has to be a constraint, and of course there is. The constraints are the real resources within the economy. Those resources are people and the skills that they have. The materials that
And
are...
human capital. Hate that. Hate that. Labor power. Let's call it what it is. It's a commodity, and it's being ripped out of people, or it's being extracted. Let's be a little bit more objective. It's being extracted from people because we have a system that likes to ensure that people are traded as commodities on the market. But yes, we can back up. There's a constraint on how much money that governments can just print into existence or create out of nowhere. There's constraint on all of this being, what resources do you have access to? What's your labor force like? Hey, what are your people like? Do they add value in your country or not? Do you have anything to back it up with?
available for them to use, and of course, the environment in which we live, which we wish to sustain. So the real question is, how do we put these resources to best use, not have we got any money to spend? That's what the decision-making of government should be about. Households have to worry about money flows. Governments have to worry about, have we got people, skills, material, and can we live within environmental constraints? So we have to properly understand tax and borrowing. That's true because the way in which they are seen by households is nothing like their behaviour when it comes to government. For example, taxes are a cost to households. Let's not pretend otherwise. That's what they're meant to be. They are meant to reduce the capacity of a household to spend because the government requires that because it has provided all households with services. And that's the purpose of taxing. But when that income arrives with government, it doesn't fund the provision of those services because those services have already been paid for with money created by the government. And so in that case, at a macro level, tax is not a mechanism for funding, even though it's a cost to households. Instead, tax creates the space in the economy in which those services can be supplied. Quite deliberately, by imposing taxes, the government reduces the scale of private sector activity in the economy so that resources are available for it to buy to deliver the public sector services that we are dependent upon, whether that be schools or hospitals or whatever else you care to think of. And that's important. But secondly, tax also controls inflation. If the market sector economy is going too fast or something happens in the world outside and we get a hike in inflation, then extra tax can take demand out of the economy, rebalance the situation for the time being, and control inflation as a consequence. That is the role of taxation. So these things exist for a different purpose in government accounting than they do in household accounting. And we can't see them as the flip side of each other, quite simply because they're not. And the same is true of what is called government borrowing. If we borrow from a bank, we have to repay. But that's not what is the case with the government. A government creates money. And since 1694, when the national debt was created in the UK, it hasn't usually taxed all that money back out of the economy into which it injected it. Instead, it's left some there to fuel growth, to allow for population growth, and to simply encourage a low rate of inflation, because by and large that does tend to encourage economic activity. But that money goes somewhere.
Price increases are supposed to be good, asset prices, gold, etc., and everybody thinks they're getting richer. It's a con. In modern monetary theory, the idea is that a low level of inflation is good for stimulating. In modern monetary theory, the idea is that a low level of inflation is actually good for stimulating economic activity. And a small level of government debt is conducive to encouraging economic activity. Can you briefly explain these two notions? Back and goddamn, that was BS. Fix your shit, Optus. If you can't operate a mobile service during a rain, what the fuck is the point of it? Optus, man. I was with Optus, I would say, for like 10 years, I reckon. And like they just sucked by the end. Like I'm a loyal consumer, can I just say? I'm very like, I know if I will back you and I'm gonna take your service or your product, I'll be like, look, give them benefit of the doubt. But yeah, after a while, I was just like, I'm sorry, just don't have it anymore, man. Low level of inflation means low amount of money and debt going into society. YMMT says low level inflation is good. Argues that little inflation signals a healthy growing economy. Mild inflation encourages spending. If prices rise slowly, 2 to 3% per year, people and business are willing to spend, invest, and hire now rather than to hold onto cash that will buy less in the future. People and businesses are more willing to spend. This increases economic activity. Mild inflation prevents stagnation. Zero inflation or deflation prices, falling prices, encourages saving and waiting, reducing investments, slowing production, increasing unemployment. A positive inflation rate keeps economic cycle moving. That's an interesting point, right? It's like zero inflation and deflation. People are like, yeah, maybe I'll just hold on to my money because it'll actually have more purchasing power and like people will stop doing stuff. So a little bit of inflation, actually people are like, maybe I'll just do it now because like my dollars or my money won't go as far later. It's interesting mind game stuff, isn't it? Mild inflation is a sign that governments is spending enough. From MMT view, inflation, not deficits, is the true constraint. Inflation is too low, government is underspending relative to real resources. Too high, government is overspending. Low level inflation mean, oh sorry, I read that before. I was with Telstra, but they had so many dead spots in the cities and I don't go rural enough. Interesting. 2 to 3% is just 2 to 3% is just 2 to 3% more debt and called growth by the central bank and the government. Interesting. YMMT says government debt supports economic activity in countries like Australia, UK, US. Government debt is not a financial burden the way household debt is. Government debt equals private sector finance assets. If government runs a deficit of 50 billion, that 50 billion shows up as private sector savings, bank deposits, business income, bonds held by pension funds and investors. Government debt is simply a mirror image of private wealth. Yeah, we've heard him speak about this before. A small but ongoing level of debt equals steady injection of net financial assets into the economy. Low inflation encourages spending, investment, hiring. Indicates the government is supplying the right amount of money. Avoids stagnation or Can you explain this more and provide an example. Small but ongoing government debt is a private sector savings, supports demand and financial stability, keeps the economy operating at full employment. Sure, here's a clear explanation of what is meant in MMT. It says low, stable inflation indicates the government is supplying the right amount of money. The government's constraint is not finance, it's real productive capacity, labor, machinery, factories, energy, raw materials. If the government spends too little, the economy runs below capacity. Unemployment rises. Business underinvests. Demand is weak. Inflation is low or falling. If government spends too much, demand exceeds the country's ability to produce goods and services, and inflation rises. Concrete example, Australia after the GFC. The situation after the 2008 global financial crisis, private businesses and households pulled back their spending dramatically. People were saving more, investing less. Left alone, this would have caused rising unemployment, falling demand, possible deflation, negative inflation. Government stepped in. The Australian government injected $42 billion into the economy through cash stimulus payments, school infrastructure programs, home insulation programs, and public works. This was a large deficit. Under the household analogy, this looks like overspending. Under MMT, it was filling the gap left by private spending collapse. Interesting. I think that's an important factor as well. Is like, what is the private sector doing? And if the private sector is investing, then do you need government spending to help stimulate the economy? Obviously, the market is doing its thing. The invisible hand of the market is doing its thing. But when it's not doing its thing, that's why you need governments to spend. And like, we are in a position like that at the moment. You could really make that argument that like the current economy, in a Western sense anyway, let's not talk about China, but the current economy, you know, people are, private industries, private sectors are not reinvesting in society. They very much just speculate, or large scale. I can't speak for all of the private sector, but you know, the large, like the big, massive players, the bourgeoisie, are they really investing back into society and spending, like innovating? Are they? And so like the government actually needs to step in and spend more to compensate, to keep the economy going. What happened to inflation? Inflation stayed low and stable around 2 to 3%. This indicated the economy still had slack. The government spending was not exceeding the real productive limits. There was no generalized inflation spike. What were the outcomes? Australia avoided a recession, maintained employment levels, stabilized demand, kept inflation modest. Now a more simplified hypothetical example. The government builds a $5 billion set of hospitals and schools. If inflation falls to zero, it suggests not enough demand, too many unemployed workers. Government is underspending relative to productive capacity. Economy is running cold. Case B, spending too high. The inflation jumps to 8 to 10%. It suggests that too much money chasing too few goods. Productive resources are fully used. Government is overspending relative to capacity. Spending is about right. Inflation stays at 2 to 3%. It suggests full employment is being approached. Economy is growing steadily. Government spending matches available resources. The system is balanced. You know, it's interesting that inflation matches, like in terms of growth, matches the ideal. There's like this ideal, this sweet spot for capitalistic economies in terms of growth, which is like they want to see, 2 to 3% growth or whatever. And inflation, the inflation rate, like how far your money goes, increases. Inflation increases. And you want to see inflation increasing because it insinuates that people are partaking in the economy. And if people are partaking in the economy and it's growing at a rate of, 3%, which is a healthy road, they say, a healthy amount in capitalistic economies, it all comes down to the very again, to always bring it back to this Marxian idea that the capitalist system, it employs labor to make surplus value. Capital employs labor to make surplus value, and that surplus value is the basis for profit. And so if you don't have 2-3% growth, like if you don't have 3% growth in a capitalistic economy, how do you expand? How does the market expand to capture what is the profit margin? So like all the money that is spent on the existing means of production out there, so businesses, buildings, land, labor, capital, like all of those existing costs, and you combine those elements, all those all the means of production, you combine that with labor to produce something that wasn't there before, additional goods and services, additional commodities in the market, and then those are sold at a certain price to make profit. That 2 to 3% growth in capitalism is to capture the rate of profit, the amount of profit that is supposed to be made on top of commodity production by infusing means of production with labor, employing labor, and putting labor to work to produce surplus, which is the basis for the profit system. And so 2 to 3% growth is required in order to allow capitalism to at least make its bare minimum for the rates of profit which is acceptable to it, so it can continue to expand. Now, the problem I find, or I'm starting to see the more we kind of look at this stuff and investigate all of this sort of stuff, is that in the West, anyway, like look at America, for example, like financialized capitalistic economy to the max, as opposed to like the Chinese economy, which is really productive based growth. Like, when in doubt, build another city kind of thing. Build some high speed rail. Do your Belt and Road initiative and go build infrastructure in other people's countries. Fucking who cares? Just be productive in terms of your capacity to produce and encourage growth, as opposed to like speculate on financial markets. Now, if it is true that the growth that is being experienced in the West largely comes down to like speculation on fucking financial markets, like it's not actually producing anything that helps as a basis for the profit system. So basically for capitalism. It's just like imaginary stuff. And it actually would explain why people are so scared about, the impending doom of a financial crisis, because all of the, supposed growth that has been happening in the capitalist economy to absorb the profits that are needed to keep the system going has just it's all fictional. Like it's all, tied up in speculative assets as opposed to real assets. Like they're not producing real things, and it's tied to more fictional forms of capital as opposed to real value that is being produced in the economy. So there's no real basis for it. And if it is speculative and it's just based on how people are feeling about the market on a given day, like that sort of shit unravels really fast. Not being backed by anything. Scary stuff to think about. But I will let him finish his lecture. I'll stop talking over him.
It normally ends up in the hands of the wealthy. When that process of spending and spending and spending out of government activity, which I described earlier in this video, eventually reaches a person who doesn't need to spend again because they've already got enough, they will save. And they've got to put that money somewhere. And even if they put it in the bank has got to put it somewhere safe as well, and they give it to the Bank of England. That's what the national debt is. It's money redeposited with the government because people like banks and life assurance companies and pension companies and foreign governments who hold sterling all know that there is only one agency in this country which can guarantee to repay them, and that is the government, because it actually makes money. So government borrowing isn't like household borrowing. It's the exact opposite, in fact. Nobody would want to inherit their parents' debts, but the fortunate young people of the UK will inherit the debt of the UK government, because the government's debt represents private savings, and the people who inherit those private savings will be better off as a consequence. It is, yet again, the exact opposite. But the failure to understand this polar opposite situation between government and household has led to really bad policy. Austerity has been one of those policies because we have underutilised the resources within the country to try to make the government, when seen as a household, balance its books when it never needed to. We've underfunded public services as a result. We've got infrastructure to decay as a consequence because we haven't been willing to spend on it. And wages have been suppressed because it has been feared that this will lead to inflation when that need never have been the case, and the fear was misplaced. In fact, fear is the operative word. Fear has become the narrative of politics when opportunity has been lost as a consequence. And so has democracy. The analogy depoliticizes real political choices. It pretends that we have no option. There was a reason why Margaret Thatcher used to use the phrase TINA, which stood for there is no alternative. And to what was she referring? The household analogy, of course. But there was an alternative. There always was another option, and she just chose to deny it. She encouraged fatalism, and she destroyed trust in government as a consequence. There is a better story. People have to understand that the government is a currency issuer and households are currency users. Governments choose outcomes, and budgeting is about real resources and not money. And if governments understand that, we will have a better economy. We'll have properly funded public services. We'll have investment-led economic renewal. We'll have fairer taxation and a stronger democracy and more confidence and less fear. And so we need to end the household analogy. It is wrong. It's always been wrong. It will always be wrong. It is a falsehood. We need instead to talk about how we manage the real resources of the country, including you and me and everyone else. And we need to fund services properly, and we can. And as a consequence, we could rebuild democratic confidence, and that would push the far right off the edge of the political field forever. That's what's at stake here. That's why the household analogy is so important. That's why you have to understand it. Please do. Please get your head around this. The government and households are nothing like each other. And more often than not, whatever is good for households is bad for the country as a whole. And it's time we said it. Thank you.
There it is. You've heard it here, ladies and gentlemen. The household analogy sucks, and stop fucking using it. I think that's a fair call. I think that's fine. You'd easily make the argument there that you can't consider these two things the same. Like macroeconomics, yeah, governmental wide, especially at a federal, or national level, let's call it. A national level governmental organization is a very much a macro economic organ, and it needs to be considered as a totality that has special powers. As you said, it has the ability to tax, impose its will on its citizenry. It has the ability to print money. It has the ability to call upon its own private bank to give it funding for whatever its heart desires. It has the ability to go into debt to stimulate the private sector, which is the system that we are in at the moment. It wants to stimulate private spending and help out the private sector. So then in turn, they feel confident enough to, produce stuff and employ people. Like they need any more fucking incentives. Like they don't get enough subsidies and breaks from people already. But that's the job of government. That's not a household. A household doesn't work like that. A household gets its job in the capitalistic world is to source its own funding, to get money somehow out of the economy, extract money so it can pay its way and can reproduce itself. It doesn't have those superpowers. Doesn't have the ability to tax people, unless there's parental taxes going on, of course. doesn't have the ability to just turn around to its own private bank to get money for anything that it wants and fund its existence. Can't do that shit. And so like it's just dangerous to use that analogy because it facilitates people who support austerity measures, even if it's against their class interest. There are a lot of working people that you would speak to out there, like the fucking overwhelming majority of working people out there who will vote against their class interest because they think government spending is bad. They would actually cut off their nose to spite their faces. Like working people have been completely brainwashed and indoctrinated to think that, you know, oh, well, the government spends that, you know, we're going to go into debt and then my children have to pay for that. And it's like, yeah, but like, don't you want your government services? Aren't you worried about the problems that you see around you? Like the failings of society, like the infrastructure decaying, as he said, the lack of reinvestment, cuts to essential things that you desire. Like, don't you see that as bad? That government spending is required to help support your existence. That's why you are here. And like, you know, you have that social contract with the government. That means that you do, you know, have to get taxed. And there are restrictions put upon your person. It's so that they provide services that are adequate to your needs. Not that so you get brainwashed with this fucking austerity bullshit. And austerity is class warfare. Let me just make it very fucking clear to you that the austerity stuff that has come out of the neoliberal age is class warfare. It is a way to make the vast majority of people out there more desperate, more compartmentalized, more dog eat dog. So they do not come together. They do not have solidarity. The more that you breed austerity, the more that people feel like they are not connected to anyone else. They're struggling on their lonesome, and it's up to them to be entrepreneurial, I guess, and like, you know, survive in the world as an individual. And if they don't do that, they can't survive in that system. Because they're not making enough money. Well, it's their fault, and they failed as an individual. Again, despite the fact that we live in societies and civilizations, and there is a social contract. Okay, we will have an authority that gets to regulate and set rules, provide services, but they need to do those things, or the social contract is broken. And then we do have a system where people can do whatever the fuck they want. That's not the system that is promoted. On the one hand, they serve us austerity and then expect us to be compliant at the same time. Oh, sorry, the social contract is broken if you're not going to provide the services that we need to survive and live a dignified existence. Okay, there's many people, I guess, around the world right now that can live with austerity to a certain degree and still make ends meet. But like, is it a dignified existence in a world, in an advanced capitalist society that we live in, which has some pretty cool productive capacity? All right, we've got some pretty cool shit around us. Like the fact that we are all tuning in right now together on this medium, live, is pretty fucking phenomenal. So like, there's some stuff to enjoy in terms of our ability to produce. So like, don't bullshit me and say we don't have the capacity to produce stuff for everyone. It's how we manage that. It's how we manage that. And austerity is the biggest assault, I would say, on the generalized kind of assault on working people of the world that has ever been staged by the capitalistic economy. Austerity is fucked. Working people around the world fought and died to get baseline governmental services to provide us all with a certain standard of living and a general, you know, distribution of wealth throughout the system. If the system is, again, so productive, we should all have a piece of that. And that gets to us through governmental services. And somehow we've all been convinced that government spending is bad. You know, all this stuff. Oh, the debt. Look at the debt. That's a big problem, right? You wouldn't want to have a debt like that, would ya? How would you pay that off? Fucked if I know. Hey? Do we need to have a debt as governmental organizations? Should our government hold debt? Apparently it should, because if it does and manages debt correctly, then that encourages growth. And growth is important for capitalism to work. Now, I'm not promoting capitalism here, but if, again, we are subjected to this system for the time being, then like we might as well manage it in a way that is more conducive to human beings, like the vast majority of human beings, as opposed to just being completely whitewashed so it benefits an increasingly small group of individuals or a section of the bourgeoisie who are becoming increasingly wealthy. And one of the other magic tricks of modern monetary theory, as we've discussed before, is if, you know, taxation is really about controlling inflation. We've had an inflationary crisis over the last couple of years, and we now have more billionaires than ever, more people at the very, very top squeezing and getting more wealth out of the system while other people have nothing, and inflation is still going up despite the fact that people have less purchasing power and inflation is still going up. That's a pretty good fucking indication that we shouldn't have concentrations of billionaires across the free market system, because like the more that they get tax cuts, corporate tax cuts and tax breaks, then the higher inflation actually gets. There is a group of very small group of individuals out there who benefit enormously, suck value out of the system, suck money out of the system. And that actually is exacerbating, or helping to exacerbate anyway, inflation. That's like, this is the second Gilded Age, and these are the ramifications of it. That we experience inflation anyway. Like, we have done this austerity thing, we've cut government spending, we're all worse off for it, and fucking we're still experiencing inflation anyway. And the counter argument to that is like, oh, well, good, thank God we cut spending because it'd be even worse. Well, I'll put it to you that we have tried the austerity thing and it's still worse. It's still happening anyway, so you might as well fucking spend, so people have a more dignified existence. And that will help stimulate the economy better than the billionaires club that is sucking the wealth out of society and then funneling that to a fucking offshore bank account somewhere in maybe the Cayman Islands or an island somewhere where they have better tax rates for them. Inflation was worth it to give PNG a $600 million rugby team. That's fucking hilarious. Wonder what society would be like if we went to the 25% that is electricity. Bjorn Lomborg, LMAO. I don't know the reference there. Let me know. I would like to know more. All right. We are skipping on this one now. And like, this is something that, came up to me. This is Australian stuff now. So to the broader international audience, if you don't want to learn about Australian politics, then, I understand, man. I totally get it. But like, we're going to have a quick look at, it's not a quick look either, actually. There's something on ABC at the moment. And it's a documentary, I guess you would call it that, on the history of democracy in Australia. And it's by someone that I find kind of, she's cringy as fuck. Like, I don't know what people think about her. Her name is Annabelle Crabb. Yeah, Crabb. Anyway, Annabelle Crabb is her name. And she's done a documentary series on the history of democracy in Australia. And I wanted to watch this anyway. I wanted to watch this myself, but I was like, fuck it, let's do it with the people. And let's figure out the history of Australian democracy and where it comes from. And like we have a very unique system, and it's something that we talk about here a lot, and we speak about this with the international audience, that in Australia we have compulsory voting. And like when you tell people that, like when you meet people from other liberal democratic societies, they're fucking shocked and appalled by that one. Yeah, they're definitely shocked and appalled by the fact that we force people to vote here. So I thought we would, you know, take time, all of us together, to try and understand the origins of Australia's democratic system, our electoral system, if anything, just to try and get a better understanding of that history. ABC does this documentary, so it's funded by us, the Australian taxpayer, anyway. So you know, we might as well get the most of it, let's say. See, even you still have the concept of wealthy as holding more money, knowing how it is generated, and we aren't getting the interest. This is just conditioning. Is this just conditioning? Well, that's the thing. It's the modern monetary position, actually. The modern monetary position is that that taxation is a check on inflation. And there is billionaires around the world hoarding money. They don't pay taxes accordingly. And so if you don't pay taxes that help inflation, then in the modern monetary theory sense, inflation will spike and increase. And so all I'm saying is we've swallowed the pill when it comes to austerity. We've experienced austerity now. And austerity hasn't, as it said it should, right? Austerity is supposed to be there to help us with inflation. And it hasn't done that. We've still got the inflation anyway, and we have the billionaires who are avoiding paying their taxes. So I think there is a correlation there. That's what I'm saying. ABC. Let me put my left bias hat on. Interesting. He was literally found guilty of scientific dishonesty and was found to misrepresent science, backed by those who committed the studies, to peddled claims that they were widely disputed by his peers. Interesting. Trained since school to own bank debt. It should be a tool and a means of exchange, not a store of value. Well, not for us. It's more important to the bank. Yeah, I'm all for currency just being used for exchange as to being a indicator of social power, i.e. a store of wealth. I'm all for that. All right. Put your left bias hat on. We're going to, Annabelle Crabb, she's, I don't know, something about her, but, I'm interested in understanding the basis for this stuff. So come along if you are interested too.
The writer Lewis Carroll is famous for his literary inventions, but in real life...
Why can't we see that? Is that weird or is it just me? Is that strange?
Right?
That's right.
You want to disappear,
That's so
and
weird.
you want democracy to be functioning without...
I bet you can't watch it. I wonder if they've got some type of filter on this that stops it from being viewed.
Election all around the...
That's so weird. I wonder if that's legit. Let's see if I can get it again. I wonder if I can't play it while I'm streaming.
Oh my.
Yeah, that's so weird.
God. Holy moly. Wow.
I wonder if that is the case.
All around the country.
A lot of fights.
Oh, that sucks.
Ballot. It's done with scrupulous fairness. Of course. The fine
Very
should you neglect
interesting.
to show up at all.
I wonder if it can't be played while I'm streaming. Okay, we'll have to rain check that one. I was interested in figuring out the Australian, like the history of why we do compulsory voting and all that sort of stuff. What the logic was behind that. But, you know, obviously can't get around the censor on that one. Eh? And the Harvard and MIT professors that went on Rogan, they were discredited as well. And Rennick has just gotten his numbers wrong. I don't know the references either to the Rogan people. But what do you mean about Rennick specifically? I think Rennick is a modern monetary theorist, to be honest. All the stuff he describes is pretty much the stuff we've been listening to. Just my opinion there. Where do we go? Where did I put that? It was a while ago. Okay, here it is. Here we go. All right, so we are not doing Australian history, as I would have thought would have been possible, but apparently not. Would have liked to have understand the origin of our political system, but you're gonna have to go do that by yourself. It looks like we've been screened here. So this is a scary piece, I must say. Rather futuristic. But like we're gonna have a look at the tech bros again. We are still ducking it out. Oh, about renewables. Okay, right. Got it. Okay, so we are duking it out. Sorry, not ducking it out. Duking it out. Yeah, this is something that I wanted to watch earlier than this week, actually, when we did our little expose on watching the tech bros and the tech elites, how and their decisions or kind of their positions on where the future of the economy is going. So we saw Jensen and Musk in that forum for the Saudi investment forum, and we were getting their understanding of where the world's heading. And like Musk was saying that crazy stuff about, there's not going to be any currencies soon, and robots are going to replace all human labor, so there won't be any jobs soon, and people will choose whether they want a job. He was saying all this really communistic stuff. And so like I wanted to keep the train rolling on like what the tech bros, so our techno-feudal overlords, have envisaged for the world and for the economy. And so here's Jeff Bezos, who's recently been at the American Business Forum. And this looks like some crazy dystopian shit, can I just say, this American Business Forum. It looks like some really futuristic dystopian shit. But like, like tacky American style futurism. Not like the Chinese futurism where it's like futuristic because they've just developed the means of production and the productive forces to a point that no one's ever seen before. But like that, like, yeah, tacky, like, ooh, this looks sci-fi, this must be awesome, like kind of futurism kind of stuff. So let's have a kind of understanding of where this tech bro, who again, I think these people are the most important section of the bourgeoisie at the moment. They're really dictating for the West where the capital investment is going in terms of the means of production. They are like, it's tech all the way, baby. Fuck the rest of the economy. Tech. And so like they're so significantly influential over Western economics, the tech bros. And so let's see what Jeff Bezos thinks about innovation, thinking and building for the future at the American Business Forum. So this happened like a week ago, I think, this American Business Forum for Miami 2025. And like, check out this crazy bourgeois experience. Check this shit out. World meets America. It's got the loading screen and everything. It's crazy. This is how you introduce a tech bro. It's crazy.
For the following interview, Francis Suarez.
Do you reckon this is how he like gets introduced everywhere he goes? Like there's people with some really tacky looking like glow sticks and stuff like that, and this really high-tech industrialized setting, and they let off some steam every time he walks into the room. This is how you introduce a tech bro. This is techno-feudalism, you know, in like embodied right here. The king has arrived, let the trumpets sound. It's tacky futurism stuff. But welcome to the American Business Forum.
Mayor of the city of Miami takes the stage of America.
If you are unable to differentiate what scientists to trust and why, then I don't know what to tell you.
A business forum.
Get ready to have some fun. They love you, man.
Thank you, Mayor.
They love you.
Thank you.
So I think, let me just start by saying that the big miracle here is not that we have Jeff Bezos closing day 2 of the American Business Forum. The big miracle here is that we're running on time. So Jeff, you are the ultimate use case for a successful ecosystem. You're a Miami guy. You went to high school here in Palmetto High.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go Panthers!
Let's go.
Go Panthers.
And you built 2 of the most successful companies shaping the world today. Did you ever think you were going to come back to Miami?
Well, this little kid who went, here in high school 40 plus years ago, was dreaming at that time of building a space company that would one day take heavy polluting industry off Earth. And this guy sitting here on stage with you is still dreaming the same dream 40 years later.
It's just more buff.
That kid was also
Buff Bezos is back, ladies and gentlemen. If you were here for those days.
working at the McDonald's on Dixie and 130-something Street. I recently took Lauren there. We drove through the drive-thru, got Big Macs and chicken nuggets. It looks exactly the same as it did 40 years ago. That was a great job, by the way. I learned a lot. Be on time. You have to start at the bottom. I cleaned the bathrooms. It was, you learn a lot. The ketchup dispenser got stuck open one day. 5 gallons of ketchup all over the floor. Then who do you think they asked to clean it up? This guy.
It's such an incredible lesson, I think, for everybody.
He's truly working class. Remember that tech bros in this day and age as well, they don't just come from the high echelons of the bourgeoisie. They come from the realm of cleaning 5 gallons of ketchup off the floor at Macca's, bro. He's truly working class. This guy right here, eh? That's your tech bro.
Here, part of the whole sort of genesis of this entire conference is the people in the audience seeing and hearing someone like you tell that story about McDonald's, right? And understanding that they can be up here one day. And I think we've seen this metamorphosis of Miami.
Not if he has anything to do with it. He won't be advocating for everyone else muscling their way into his market dominance and capture. No, thank you.
Miami, from a regional hub to what it is today. You who have, your most precious asset is your time, but you've chosen to invest that most precious asset here in our ecosystem. What is it about our ecosystem? What is it about Miami and that change from a regional center to sort of a big tech conference and tech
Miami
ecosystem?
is completely transformed over the last 40 years. It's an incredible city today. It has the energy and the dynamism. I love the Latin part of the culture here. Like, there's so much energy. It's so alive. And I have personal reasons too. My dad is Cuban. He's here in Miami. But this city has such good energy. You can just feel it. As soon as I land, I feel that energy. As soon as the plane gets on the ground, I feel that energy.
You started Amazon out of your garage, and you saw the internet sort of happening before it happened. What confidence did you have in taking a leap that you could create a company like the one that you created?
Well, all big things start small.
Sure.
So you've got to accept that. That's the way it is, and you got to plant acorn and work hard and water it and nurture it, and maybe it grows into a big tree. For me, I made that decision, and I knew that if I didn't try, I would always be haunted by that. I would always have regret. I would always wonder what might have been.
Right.
And I think that that's the best way. When you're making a deeply personal decision about your own life, you can make pros and cons lists. You can be as analytical as you want. But at the end of the day, you have to project yourself forward, age 80, we're all living longer now, maybe age 90, and say, do I want to be haunted by that regret? I want to minimize the number of regrets I have in my life. And when you start thinking that way, that you're looking back on your life from age 90, most regrets are acts of omission. They're things we didn't do.
Yeah. I think one of the things I've learned from you and reading what you've said and just being in your presence is you think about things very.
This is all self-helpy at the moment. And it's like self-aggrandizement. Like, come on, like stop talking him up. Like, how did you do it, man? Rags to riches. I want to know what he has installed for the future. Hey, what's he's thinking about the future? What way is he going to be pulling the Western economy and its broad scale, like the US domination over basically the entirety of the internet? Like I said, bar China and Russia, who are kind of outside and behind their firewalls, like, they're outside of that ecosystem. The Americans have capture over the entire human race, basically, outside of, the spheres of China and Russia. What has he got planned? His digital technology, his means of control over the digital technology that control all of our lives is fucking incredible. And it's not just Amazon. It's not just him, running logistics and operations about transporting, packages to your doorstep. It's well beyond that, man. His control is fucking crazy.
Differently sometimes than everybody else does, sort of this first order thinking that you have. And so oftentimes people in a sort of disruptive modern day world are thinking about how do you predict the future? And what you said was diametrically opposite. You said, what are the things about the future that we know are not going to change? And then you gave examples. You said,
that's exactly right.
You said, we're not going to want to get packages slower.
Yeah.
We're not going to want things with less quality, and we're not going to want to pay more for those things.
That's
and you
right.
can build a business around knowing the things that aren't going to change. Tell us a little bit about that thinking and sort of.
So, we live in a very dynamic world, and everything changes. Technologies change. Your competitive set changes. So many things are changing every day. You can't build a strategy on those. You have to build a strategy around stability. So you have to find the things that are not going to change. And say 10 years from now, what's going to be the same? And most of those things are going to be customer needs. So as you were saying, examples are for Amazon would be, low prices, fast delivery. Nobody 10 years is going to say, I love Amazon. I just wish they delivered a little more slowly. That's impossible.
Of course.
And you can use this for anything. At Blue Origin, we have a rocket launch coming up this Sunday. But I'm very anxious about it.
I know. That's why I'm trying to break the ice a little bit here for you.
I'm excited and anxious.
Of course.
Something that we need to investigate. But he is edging in on the, the current tech bros trying to dominate the space race kind of situation. And he is edging in largely on Musk's operations. Now, for a long time, it's kind of just been like, SpaceX, all the rage. NASA provides all of its contracts to SpaceX. Who really cares? Musk has got kind of the capture on that. However, Blue Origin has kind of come out of the blue recently and significantly and made significant developments in this race, this kind of space age race at the moment. And then we're going to be muscling in on Elon Musk's market. And these two, I don't know what their relationship is like. Sure they see the world very similarly, Musk and Bezos, but like Bezos has significantly made inroads on Musk's domination, kind of in an American setting anyway. And like, this is not small stuff. Like, as part of the Cold War 2.0 that we've been speaking about a lot, and like the AI race that is part of this general arms race between America and China, like China is going going ham on this too. Everybody wants in on the space race, because that is kind of the last physical frontier, I guess you could say, and it has significant objective impacts on how like I said, how the Cold War is going to play out over the next coming decades. And so like there's two companies now that are going to be vying for all of these contracts that come out of NASA. Basically, oh, I bet he is edging. Yeah, well, he's definitely edging in on Musk's space. And he's done some recent developments that have kind of blown the space race open again from like an American perspective between two corporations. Again, NASA was set up with the intent of kind of fighting against communism, right? Because the space race was being absolutely dominated by those evil Russians. And so NASA was created as a government organization to get America in on the game so they could get some street cred, because they were being killed by communism, essentially. And so like NASA doesn't really have that competition, or didn't have that competition for a while. So it's let it down. It's put it down. It was not being played with. Musk has stepped in now, and Bezos has stepped in. I know Virgin was doing stuff as well, but you don't really hear too much about that anymore. But like significant inroads have been made. There's competition now with SpaceX. And so like this is going to be this will be a bit of a game changer. You'll have tech bros now that are really going to edge in on the physical market. So they're not just going to be building, their data centers, somewhere on Earth. They're going to be spreading their techno-feudal technology into orbit soon. And like that is the end game here. And like, who else has the fucking capital to do this? Who else has the incredible amount of wealth at their disposal than someone like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos? Who gets to make these decisions? Oh, I'm feeling nervous about my rocket. Yeah, I'm sure you are. I wish I got to play with fucking rockets.
It's the second time we've launched the vehicle. It's a giant vehicle. It's called New Glenn. But I can use this method. What do we focus on for something like that vehicle? It's the same kinds of things that we know our customers will want. Nobody's going to say 10 years from now, I love New Glenn, I just wish it was a little more expensive. Or I love New Glenn, I just wish it was a little less reliable. Like in the context of being a mayor of a city, the same thing works. You can say, look, 10 years from now, is anybody going to say, I love Miami, I just wish the crime was a little worse? Or
I hope not.
I love Miami, I wish that the ambulances came more slowly.
Or that the taxes were a little higher.
You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, the taxes were higher. These things are so fundamental.
Sure.
And they're and when you pin them down, you can put energy into them, making them better and better and better. If the ambulances take 11 minutes to come, then maybe you work on getting it to be 10.5 minutes,
sure.
And then 10 minutes and 9 minutes. And that's how you could make a city great. And that's one of the things that people, I think, oftentimes in business, people make this mistake. They focus too much on what's changing instead of what's not changing.
So sometimes intuition and data align, and that makes it easy to make decisions. But oftentimes the data and the anecdotal evidence or the intuition are misaligned.
Yeah. How do you sort of navigate that, and what's your instinct propel you to do in those cases? Well, there are a couple. It's a very interesting question, and sometimes, you know, look, first of all, if you're running any organization of any scale whatsoever, it is essential to have data and to rely on data. Of
course.
If you're not, that's so basic and so fundamental. But the data doesn't tell you everything. It doesn't tell you everything. And so, if, for example, it often doesn't tell you about changes or things that you're missing or things that you're not measuring properly. And so that's where anecdotes come into play. And that's where intuition and gut instinct and heart come into play. And a lot of those things are new. You know, the biggest things that we've done at Amazon, and it's going to be true in space for Blue Origin as well, it's true in AI, a lot of them come from instinct and hunches. Nobody, if you take Echo and Alexa, which has been a fantastically successful product for us, it's installed in hundreds of millions of endpoints, nobody was asking for a black cylinder that's always on, that you can talk to, and apps for music, and to turn your lights on and off and set timers. And we didn't know if people would want that. You just have to kind of use your intuition. AWS.
So good. No one asked for a fucking round-the-clock surveillance device in their house that doesn't switch off and, you know, watches you all the time or tracks you all the time. No one asked for that. But we had the will, and we brought that into hundreds of millions of households. You can play with a rocket, Mr. A. Or am I misgendering you? Different type of rocket. I want the one that goes into space. You are not misgendering. I have my own rocket to play with, but like, you know, I want one that, you know, is able to extend beyond the reach of our gravitational force. I don't want it to be bound by Earth's gravitational field. Actually, that's not true. Most of this stuff goes into orbit, doesn't it? And just hangs around in our orbit. I wanted to leave our atmosphere. How about that?
Again, nobody was asking for that. We had to use our intuition, third-party marketplace. You know, we've been working on doing cloud computing in space at Blue Origin, because cloud, you know, there's a lot. You get 8 times as much.
We just heard Elon Musk talk about this. Isn't this crazy? They just talked about, like, Elon Musk got SpaceX and he wants to put his fucking data centers into space, and then fucking Jeff Bezos, bang, Blue Origin, we want to put our data centers into space. Here it is. Your background is very fitting. Yes, I'm floating around in space right now, actually. Okay, I've been playing with my rocket a little bit. Fucking crazy. This is where they're going. They want access to this technology as capitalists so they can extend their infrastructure to monopolize the market and get more capture than ever before. And like, they're being supported by the deep state, basically. But like, let's just call it, let's not make it an evil thing. They're being supported by the state, the American state, and the American taxpayer to develop this technology because it benefits their interests as well, because they will use this technology and develop it in tandem with the businesses so they can spend it on military applications. So then they can ensure that they maintain US hegemony. And they can contain China a little bit better, contain Russia a little bit better, and, like, you know, continue fighting their proxy wars so they maintain on top. This is, again, and I use this word a lot, but this is objective fascism. This is objective fascism. This is the merging of the state and the corporate sector. They both have interests here. They fund each other and they develop technologies in tandem because they want control. The capitalists want market control and dominance, and like the state wants hegemonic control and wants imperial power, like original imperial power. They want to stay on top physically. And that works for everyone. That works for the capitalists too. Ah, yes, I suppose your rocket only feels like it goes into space. Yeah. I don't want the feelings. Facts don't care about my feelings. I want to be in space. I just need to become a fucking multi-billionaire so I can start playing with rockets. He quietly didn't mention that the Echo device is basically an always-on microphone that requires a subscription to work and will be turned off. It detects you saying something against them. That's fucking scary. And like, yeah, he's talking about, like, we didn't know that people wanted a surveillance device, man. We just made that possible. And then the market reacted. It's like, yeah, sure. Again, I'm sure your absolute dominance and the power that comes from being a multi-billion-dollar enterprise didn't have any influence and effect on you being able to get these fucking surveillance devices in hundreds of millions of homes. Yeah? It was just intuition. It was just complete fucking luck. Not luck, sorry. It's complete intuition. You just had a fucking idea and we just worked really hard and now everybody has surveillance devices in their houses.
Solar power per unit of area in space as you do on Earth. And so in principle, you could make data centers in space that would be very efficient. So that's something that Blue Origin is working on. A lot of other companies are working on that. But that's not something you can be sure is going to work. You don't know what launch costs are going to be and other things. So technically it works, but there's a lot of mysteries about it too. And this is, I think, when you're talking about invention, you have to be a wanderer. You have to wander because, if you're not wandering, you're going in a straight line. That means you know where you're going. And a lot of the most important discoveries and most important inventions don't come from knowing where you're going.
Let's transition a little bit to Blue Origin. You were just talking about this impending launch.
Yeah.
All the people that are working together, all the pressure, the expenses, et cetera. Why is space exploration so important to you?
Well, for me, there's a bunch of reasons. But literally since I was a kid, literally a kid here in Miami, I have been thinking that ultimately, if we want to keep growing our civilization and using more energy per person and so on, we're eventually going to have to move all of our heavy industry off Earth. And that will happen. I know it sounds a little fantastical. Maybe it sounds like science fiction to some degree, but it will happen. I don't know how soon it will happen. It's a job that I won't finish. Probably my children's children won't finish. This is something that multiple generations will work on, but it will happen. And I just mentioned one of the first steps there.
Why does he go to heavy industry straight away? That's interesting, right? If we're moving into a world where robotics, automation, potentially the applications of artificial intelligence, so machine learning, to get rid of all the sci-fi talk. Why does it have to move literally off Earth? Why heavy industry? That's a very particular position to hold on that one. Why? Why heavy industry? I think he was saying that it's got to do with polluting potentially. But you can design heavy industry in a way that it doesn't have to be polluting. You can environmentally manage and waste manage industry. It's just that it's not a thing that is profitable at the moment, so people don't really do it. It's actually quite hard to manage because it's never been a profitable enterprise enough to be done at the scale that industrial production is done at. It's still profitable for some people to waste manage and environmental manage. But not at the same scale that's required to sustain a large population through industrial production. I wonder why he's thinking it's heavy industry that's going into space. Data processing makes sense. There's massive cooling issues. Space is cool. There's massive power issues. So as Elon was saying, that you could just get all of the solar related power that you need directly in space. This is why the heavy industry? What's going on there? He's a capitalist talking about expanding the possibility of resource extraction, knowing the trillions of dollars worth of minerals in space. And so you locate your heavy industry where the minerals are. And just like on Earth, resources will be captured, monopolized, walled off, and attempts to alter this arrangement will be met with violence, space violence. Oh yeah, it's easy to pollute in space. Ain't no problematic regulations, indigenous people, activists, and gravity to slow you down. I guess it's not a bad kind of theory running on there about the idea that there is resource capture to be had in space. And so the imperialist reflex in this system is to go and capture something, monopolize it, and wall it off and say, okay, this market is mine now. It's completely captured. And so is space just another market to be walled off from everybody else. And so it's not about heavy industry in particular. It's just about walling off space for private interests. Fucking bourgeois property rights, man. They're fucking scary shit. Some scary shit. So one day we'll have industrial waste literally raining down on us. Yeah, like what's with that? Like, is it just rhetoric to justify, as Abalava is saying, it's just rhetoric to justify walling off new marketplaces, new domains? Like only the Billionaires Club can, and like large scale states can get into space. And so it's just like China, Russia, the US, and like the Billionaires Club. And like we're just going to wall off these markets. Or is there something I'm missing about heavy industry having to be done in space? Like the data center thing makes sense. LOL, this was funny. I'm currently reading a study and you literally mentioned cooling as the study started talking about energy requirements and hardware efficiency of cooling units for households. Interesting. Serendipity. It was meant to be. I don't know why he would say that. Now let's get some fucking hardcore hallucination going on. I'm just listening to Jeff Bezos talk about Blue Origin. And he has mentioned his inspiration since being a child has been moving heavy industry into space. Can you please speculate as to why heavy industry, in whatever way he means it, would be advantageous in space? A brief response is sufficient. Bezos' idea comes from a long-standing space economy argument. Heavy industry is dirty, energy hungry, and resource intensive. The space offers conditions that make those constraints less severe. How? How do you get resources? Like heavy industry consumes a lot of capital. And when I say capital, I mean like means of production kind of stuff. Like how the fuck do you transport stuff into space easily? Okay, it's got unlimited energy, fine. No pollution on Earth, fine. Microgravity enables new manufacturing. Zero gravity allows production of materials that are difficult or impossible on Earth. Ultra pure semiconductors. Fiber optics with fewer defects. Biological and medical materials. 3D printing large structures with less stress. Vast material resource in asteroids. Oh my god, this is what you were talking about, Avalava. It's mineral extraction in space. So it's not about processing. This isn't heavy industry manufacturing exactly. I'm trying to think, what's the point of making steel or like chemical production in space? That's heavy industry. Asteroids contain iron, nickel, cobalt, rare earth metals, water for fuel. Mining them keeps Earth's ecosystems intact. So they are projecting into the future here. That's what this is about. That's fucking crazy. This is like Blade Runner shit that we're talking about here. And they want to be the first on that. Long term, keep Earth a residential planet. This is Bezos' philosophical point. Make Earth a place to live and move dirty, resource-intensive industry off planet. Again, controlled by a group of capitalists and states. What if space is just a giant liquid exhales? Whoa.
We put a lot of communications in space. We can start to build factories in space. We can start to build data centers in space. We will ultimately get the materials, not even from Earth, but get the materials from the moon and near-Earth objects and asteroids. We have unlimited energy in space and unlimited material resources in space. And this planet is so beautiful and so unusual. This is the one that we're going to want to protect. There's no plan B. We have spent,
Not yet, at least.
We've sent robotic probes to every planet. This is the good one.
Listen, it sounds fantastical, but so did this conference to many people.
Yes, a lot of things that we have today sound fantastical. Go back in time 100 years and show somebody your iPhone.
Very fantastical. They'll freak out. So Amazon, Blue Origin, two very different companies.
Yeah.
Talk to me about your mindset in how you sort of pivoted from one thing to the other and how your brain works to be able to come up with something.
I had billions of dollars. And so I said, hey, let's play with some fucking rockets. That's what I was saying. I wish I had billions of dollars. I'd play with some rockets too. Ain't no property rights in space. There is a UN law about it, but nobody gives a fuck about international laws. Why would they care about space laws? Yes. Why the fuck would they care about that? Hey, why would they?
Like this.
Well, I'm fundamentally I'm an inventor. It's the thing I do the best. It's the thing that that I enjoy the most. I'm a good brainstormer. I love problem solving, and it's to me that creation of new ideas is what drives.
No, he's such an environmentalist, except when it goes against profit making. Yeah, there it is. It's a beautiful planet. It's beautiful. I remember when Elon was at his height of his Mars ambitions in the public space, he was literally juggling the idea of gaining resources and bringing it down to Earth. Heavy industry in space is going to mean spanners falling on our heads. Oh, look, as Jag said, like one day we'll have industrial waste, debris even, literally falling down on our heads. It's potential. China's mining helium-3 on the dark side of the moon. Imagine the amount of 10mm sockets floating in our orbit.
The world forward. You know, somebody 10,000 years ago or whatever it was invented the plow. And when they invented the plow, they made the whole world wealthier. And that's what happens. Every discovery, every invention, somebody invented.
Isn't it amazing how the capitalists see this stuff? Or like just our general thinking, living in a market kind of society. It's just like somebody invented the plow and everybody got wealthier. It's like somebody invented the plow and more people could fucking eat. Like that's the material reality. Like what are you measuring wealth on? The fact that people can breed more and you can sustain a bigger population? Is that what you mean by more wealth? Like it's not like somebody invented the plow and everybody got dividends. Not everyone was a fucking shareholder in the plow. Like, what does that even mean? Like, somebody invented the plow and then society was able to support through the surplus created from more productivity on the land and through labor. They were able to produce or reproduce at a higher level society. Like, what is going on here? Seriously.
Penicillin, and they made the whole world better. And this, they discovered it, and they perfected it, and then they expanded it to other antibiotics. And this is like we're sort of one invention at a time. The world gets more prosperous, and that's my mindset. That's how I think about the world. I don't think there's any problem if we apply human ingenuity to it that we can't solve. And it's fun to do that too.
So here's the inevitable pivot. AI. Everybody's talking about it. You can't have a conversation without it. You can't even give a key to the city, apparently.
And rightly so, by the way.
Right. What about AI is exciting you? You get to see things that probably nobody else gets to see. What's exciting?
Heavily involved in AI. I spend a lot of time at Amazon and at Blue Origin, and with some startup companies that I'm investing in. It is everything it's cracked up to be. Investors right now are investing in everything, the good ideas, the bad ideas. But the fundamentals of what are happening are very powerful, and it will impact every industry, and it will make every industry more productive. You'll see, medicine will diagnosis will get better, so will drug discovery get better. But literally, you can go through every single industry, and every manufacturing industry, everything is going to get better. In Miami should have a AI application that reads your building permit for a new house or a new building, and it should give you a yes or a no in 10 seconds. And if the answer is, and if the answer is no, it should tell you the 6 things you have to change to get a yes. And why does it take months and months and months to get a building permit? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, fuck governance. That's right. And get rid of planners. They're the worst. I'm down with that. Hey, you could apply AI really well to make society more efficient. But come on. Government spending is bad and debt is bad, right? And we need austerity. So they're never going to spend the money on the AI systems required to make building permits easier, because we need to run government like a household. That's what we've learned today. Maybe it's the opposite. Space junk is an issue I've read about years ago. Apparently it's really bad, and Elon's technology wasn't sturdy enough, and people were worried, and it increases space debris from his cheap satellites. Yeah, apparently it's a big problem. And when you're trying to get into orbit and stuff like that, when you're launching, and once you get into a sufficient enough orbit, right, and you're just moving around, if you come into contact with other debris, which is rapidly increasing because Elon is putting thousands of satellites into orbit a year, one kind of strike from a bit of debris just fucks everything up. And so the debris is getting worse and worse. Is there a correlation between me and Anton getting a 10mm joke and both doubting the narrative of renewables? Biden also told Elon not to rescue the stranded astronauts till after the election. What the fuck? Took 10,000 years to reach 2 billion, then turning gas into fertilizer, a 400% growth rate. If they put people in space, I wonder if they will use their own waste. LOL, not in Australia. The amount of red, green, and black tape you have to wade through. No wonder houses aren't being built. Interesting. Well, they're not going to do it if it increases the debt. That's for sure.
He just described a business that I would love to create.
Exactly. This is a business opportunity.
No, this is a $100 billion business, by the way.
It's a huge business, yeah. And most of the most things have you ever noticed with any kind of permitting process in government, but at the state level, the municipal level, or the federal level, they almost always say yes. They just make you wait a long time.
That's right.
So, if they're going to say yes, can we do that quickly?
Of course.
And maybe with AI, it can just read all the plans, and it knows all the codes.
Spit it out.
Spit it out.
Yep. And let me tell you, what people don't realize is, and you understand this, is a big building in Miami is a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. So you're talking about $500 million, $1 billion in lending costs.
Yes.
The daily carrying cost, 1 day of interest, $200,000 to $400,000 per day.
Yes.
So every day that it takes, it costs the developer, the ultimate user, $400,000 a day.
Yes, and that doesn't count the frustration.
Of course not. Which is infinite. Which is infinity. I have some white hairs as a result.
No, and by the way, Miami is amongst the best.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, but I'm just saying this is the possibilities of this technology.
Absolutely. Want to build it together?
I'm very busy, but somebody out here is going to do this.
That's true. That's true. So it's going back to this sort of nexus between Amazon and Blue Origin. What were the lessons that you learned from building Amazon that you could apply to making Blue Origin the successful company it is today?
This is such a good question. For me, the lessons, the big things are the same. So Amazon was really built on just a small number of principles. The first one is absolute customer obsession. Yeah. And I really mean that customer obsession instead of competitor obsession. So we pay attention to customers, to competitors, but we don't obsess over them. We obsess over customers. And Blue Origin is the same. The second thing is an eagerness to invent. So that you want to be pioneering, that you want to do new things. And there's never been a better time to be an inventor and a pioneer than right now, because the world is on fire with new ideas and with AI and space opportunities. And we're in the middle of multiple golden ages right now with a rapid rate of change. And by the way, rapid change is good for startup companies and bad for incumbents.
That's right.
It's hard for incumbents to move fast. And so this is the best time ever in my lifetime, probably ever, to start a company and do something inventive. So second thing that Amazon, that translates to Blue Origin, eagerness to invent. The third thing is long-term thinking. That is a giant lever. I once asked Warren Buffett, why don't more people copy your investment strategy? It's not that difficult to understand in principle. And he said, oh, Jeff, that's easy. My approach is a get-rich-slowly scheme. Yeah. And people don't like those.
Exactly.
And so, but there's a lot of truth in that for everything, which is if you can think in terms of 7 years instead of 3 years,
right,
and you can defer gratification and think long-term, that will give you a head start against all of your competitors, because most people can't do that. And then the last thing that translates to Blue Origin really well, all of these do, is what we call taking professional pride in operational excellence. And so I'm talking about the details that...
My secret for success? Just get the algorithm from my grandpa at DARPA. Yeah, interesting, hey? Very interesting. Like all this rags to riches bullshit. The fucking, I worked at McDonald's and I cleaned up ketchup off the floor. Get fucked. Come on, man. Aluminium is supposed to be hurting the troposphere quite badly. China just launched an unmanned craft to rescue some of the astronauts. LOL, if you thought China was a bad polluter on the ground, you ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah. I don't think we fully can comprehend what's happening in the space race at the moment. But like there is a lot of issues going on with pollution. And like I wake up early to work and like I'm out in the mornings like going for a walk and stuff like that. It's dark, and the amount of stuff I see burning up in the atmosphere is increasing, or it has increased over the years, like massively. Like it looks pretty though, as you see this stuff burning up in the sky at night or early in the morning. But like, it is noticeable. And I'm sure it's debris from, it's not like naturally occurring debris coming into contact with our atmosphere. I'm sure it's got something to do with the space race and the lack of control up there. It's been a bit of a theme today.
Nobody but you will ever know. When you're working on something, whoever did this conference, I can tell because it's so well produced, has professional pride in operational excellence. And that means that the things that you cannot see, because they're on the inside, like nobody's ever going to see it. And you're the only one who's ever going to know that you did that thing right. Your boss is never going to know. Maybe your customers won't even know, but you know.
That's right. I got to give Nacho some credit for the professional production.
And that's, if you do those 4 things, I think you'd make any business successful.
So Amazon has become a massive company. And as with all big bureaucracies, our city has 5,000 employees, $1.5 billion annual revenue, 4 labor unions, all the bureaucracies that you can imagine. How do you maintain that sort of day one mentality, the scrappiness?
When I went to China, I was shocked at the amount of pollution. I would get really sick in some cities. There would be these huge plants with a massive black cloud just pouring out and hitting the city. Crazy. And like, you just came back from China, right? If you haven't experienced the night sky in the bush while looking through 30K nodes, I highly recommend it. What's a 30K nod? I would like to know more.
You know, the inventiveness, like you said, the sort of ability to pivot, make decisions, be decentralized. How do you maintain that hunger?
Well, first of all, you have to talk about it a lot. So you have to say, literally, we have a building at Amazon.
Oh no, that was years ago. Okay, right. But did you come back recently as well?
On headquarters, we named day one.
Okay.
And you got to talk about beginner's mind and being fresh. It's really important. You know, to really move the needle forward in the world, you have to invent. And to invent, you have to be an expert. But you have to be an expert.
Shit. Pretty much wore a mask for the majority of my time there.
Expert who has a beginner's mind. So you have to know the domain very, very well. Learn all the details.
Oh, not the night vision. 30K is the price of them? Whoa, holy shit. Fuck that. You get access to that. What have you been up to? Dilemmas, eh?
Be an expert. But you have to be an expert who has a beginner's mind. So you have to know the domain very, very well. Learn all the details of what's already known. And then somehow be able to step back and say, now let's assume I'm a little toddler and I'm just seeing all of this for the first time. What would it look like? That's very important. You have to be able to be decisive and make decisions quickly. And that's a very hard thing to do as organizations get larger because so many people have opinions. The thing to realize there is most decisions are reversible. Very rarely are they high consequence, irreversible decisions. By the way, when they are, you should go slowly.
Of course.
But most decisions can be made by a single high judgment individual. And if they go the wrong direction, you stop, you back up, it's a two-way door. You come in, you look at it again, and you change your mind. People, changing your mind is not a weakness. You gotta be, in politics, people call you a flip-flopper if you change your mind. But how foolish would it be to get new data, to have new analysis, to see something in a fresh way, to have that beginner's mind, have a better idea, and not change your mind. I've noticed that people who are right a lot change their mind a lot.
When the story of Jeff Bezos is written, you're a young guy, you're in great shape, looks like you can live forever. But when that, sort of looking forward, it's a little cliche to talk about headlines in the future, but...
What was he say? You're a young guy, you're in great shape. I wonder if that transhumanism has anything to do with it, eh? Interesting. He does look good. Buff Bezos is looking great these days. He's gonna fucking live forever. Crazy rich Asian mate who's ex-ADF. He's got some connections. LOL. Shit. That's crazy.
When that story's written, not by the Washington Post, of course, by whatever publication, what do you want the headline to say about you and your impact on the world?
I want that headline to be world's oldest man.
All right.
How about world's oldest man and still inventing?
That's right. Amazing.
It's a live forever. There it is, the tech bros. This transhumanism shit, it's not pie in the sky stuff for these guys. They've got billions of dollars. They've, rogues to riches. So they obviously think that they're all fucking geniuses. And because they're geniuses, they are God's gift to humanity. And so, they're actually doing a public service by living forever. Honestly, doing a public service. And if they stay on this planet for longer and invent more things, then, everyone's going to be better if fucking Jeff Bezos lives till he's 150, right? Am I right?
They love you here in Miami, man.
It's good to be home.
You know, it's just really a privilege to be able to do this with you. We said we were going to come out here and have some fun. We're doing it here in my hometown. It's really, for me, a privilege to be able to spend this time with you, to share you with our residents, your place of birth. You're one of our sons. So
thank you, Mayor.
Please stand up. We got to get the cameras out, man.
Is he about to be given an
On
award?
behalf of the citizens of the city of Miami, as mayor of this incredible city, this is one of the most incredible moments of my life, to be able to give someone who I admire so much, someone who is a public school student. How many public school students from?
I don't know if I can stomach this. They're about to give him an award. Ready for the jerk circle, ladies and gentlemen? Jerk this one. All right. No, thank you. I'm done. Sorry. So sorry if you wanted to watch that. But like, he can get an award anytime. He can get an award in space. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. That intro is worth $1 billion. Oh my God. Wow, that intro. I don't know. I thought it was really tacky. This guy delivered two 50-pound kettlebells to one of my little islands in Canada. No shipping charge. As a consumer, Jeffy is the man in his field. Right. It's low-key rah-rah. Probably the key to the city. Oh, get fucked. Do you reckon it is? Fine. I need to know now if it's the key to the city.
Miami are in here. You too can be like Jeff Bezos, the oldest man ever to live. Jeff, thank you so much. Nacho, please join us here.
Thank you. Oh, hey, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
That was
It's a
amazing.
pleasure.
He's the guy that produced this, so
Really?
Yeah. You got to give him some
I can
credit.
tell you have operational excellence.
There you go.
Thank you,
Well
Jeff.
done.
It's an honor.
Congratulations.
Actually, I gotta tell you, Jeff, you're a true inspiration for my generation. You know,
Oh
for
my
you,
God.
it's like because you have.
Give him the fucking key. What is
Harmony.
it?
Right off. It's harmony.
I hope you really enjoy.
Ah, it's not a key. God, I hope it's not a key. It's just a medal. You're just the best guy, Jeff. You the man, Jeff. Huge Bezos fan, trillion entrepreneur. This was great. All his major thoughts were discussed. For all entrepreneurs, what a intro. People loved that fucking intro. My God. Maybe I'm just too cynical these days. I thought it was tacky as fuck. Professional pride in operational excellence. This is a great way to isolate yourself within a company and create both haters and enemies, because you're there to kick ass and they're there to float. 99% of companies are floaters. Professional pride in operational excellence. This is deep inside the bourgeois hive mind right here, man. It's not a key. It's a biometric scan. Very good. Stop cutting jobs, brother. American companies need to take care of American workers and stop giving your tech jobs to India. Fucking savage. No, they don't. That's a logical fallacy. Only the entitled minds believe to be true. No one is owed anything. Get money. Simple. Don't wait and rely on someone else to make one for you. Wow. Stop cutting jobs, brother. Fucking savage. The comments. Oh my God. You're not cynical. You're Australian. Everything's Americans too is cringe. That's fucking hilarious. Oh my God. I remember being in like audiences in the US when traveling there and stuff like that. And like, you know, you'd see, I don't know, someone doing a performance, like a comedian or something, and like they'd say something that was okay. It wasn't really that funny, but like people were like, yeah, all right, you go. They're so encouraging, Americans. So encouraging. And I was sitting there like, oh, maybe I should laugh. I feel like a douchebag. So it is a key. Why didn't they say something about it? Has he got the keys to Miami? I'm in Miami.
My life to be able to give someone who I admire so much, someone who is a public school student. How many public school students from Miami are in here? You too can be like Jeff Bezos, the oldest man ever to live. Jeff, thank you so much. Nacho, please join us.
Okay.
Here.
Thank you. Oh, hey, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
That was
It's a true
amazing.
pleasure.
He's the guy that produced this, so
Really?
yeah. You got to give him.
I could.
Get the key to the city. Asshole. Interesting. All right, we're going to have a quick break, and then we're going to be back with some more action. Action. If you've been hanging out today, thank you so much for your interaction. Solar Bear was in the house. Woozle was here. 4IS, Squeebalicious, Voltateur, Jag, Avalava keeping the stream chat down. Dilemmas, and Dr. Nathan. Anton came back for round 2. Ninja Nurse. I'm sorry if I've missed anyone, but thank you. David, it's good to have you earlier, David. I'm not sure if you're still lurking. And anyone who has been lurking, thank you very much for coming on in. And if you're watching this after the fact, do appreciate it. If you're watching this on YouTube right now and you haven't already, hit that like button. It does help with the video. And like search and discovery, etc. You know how it is. But yeah, we're gonna have a quick break. We will be back shortly. All right, we're back. So, interesting stuff coming from Buff Bezos over here, our techno-feudal overlord, giving the key to the city. Like, what's his name? Elon Musk got a key from the president as well. The key to America. And then they had a little spat just after that, where he called him out for the Epstein files. And that's been hanging around, plaguing Trump for a while. But yeah, interesting stuff from Bezos. Blue Origin is a big thing. Like, I really like, there's the tech bros and their dominance and all of the speculation we've had about where society is going as a result of some of the ideology that they have as well. Like the camp of Peter Thiel and his philosophical advisor, Curtis Yarvin, people of the Dark Enlightenment. Like the Dark Enlightenment is, it's a material reality. Now, you can go Dark Enlightenment in a number of ways. Like, you can reject liberal society in a couple of ways, effectively. You can reject liberal society in the way that the communists have done it. The PayPal mafia rule, says Vincent. Interesting comment there. So I'm assuming you're a big fan of some of the alumni of the PayPal mafia then. Probably a big fan of Musk and Thiel then. But like, you can do the Dark Enlightenment kind of principles, like removing liberal democracy out and installing an alternative system, in different ways. Like, look at the way that the socialist experiments or the communist countries, they've rejected liberal democracy as an political organizational structure. And they do it with centralized governments or like a one-party system, I guess you would say, through the Communist Party. And so that's a rejection of the pluralistic liberal democratic style, the original bourgeois form of political organization. Or you can do it in a dystopian style, Dark Enlightenment way, the more tech fascist way, which is just get a CEO king, and heads of the economy to be on the board to kind of oversee the king to a certain extent, and just let the business sector run the economy. So you have the communist style, the Soviet, or the socialist style, where you have a one-party system that is supposed to maintain the economy in a way that is conducive to working people, to the Workers' Party. Or you have the kind of the bourgeois development of that, which is like, let's just get rid of the pretext of democracy altogether and just have, society run like a company should be run. And so here we have, head of the tech bro, one of the heads of the tech bro, the techno-feudalists, who is, they're really speaking up this merger of not just owning digital technologies on the ground, like literally on Earth, but like expanding their infrastructure and their capture beyond Earth to be able to dominate that market as well. It's another frontier. And like, I wonder if like someone like Marx, who would have analyzed capitalism and been so prescient in the way that he was just like, look, capitalism and the capitalist just seeks to break down barriers to the market system. And that's why it's so effective, because it just smashes barriers. And like the barrier, a particular barrier for humanity, I guess, or for the economy, is the fact that it's, it's constrained to Earth. So like, why not extend beyond Earth? It's just another barrier to come crashing down. It's so incredible how they talk about this stuff. And they're just going to use it, to extract value from asteroids and make their businesses easier to run so they don't pollute the beautiful Earth. There's no planet B. That's going to be their justification for extending their tentacles into space. Fucking, it's crazy shit. So to keep on the theme of tech bros and the dark enlightenment and all that sort of stuff, I just want to have a look at this. If you weren't here, I guess, earlier this year, I know it feels like ages ago, but earlier this year we were speculating a lot on what the tech bros are really up to and like how they've captured the American political system in order to bring in something akin to, the Dark Enlightenment, but like, akin to a techno-feudalist paradise through things like the network state. And the network state are these kind of, these cities or these communities that are like, they're private cities, essentially. But they're communities that develop in an online realm where people have this vision of starting a community in the physical realm, but like all they can do at the start is just they invest. They pour their money into an online community, and they seek to get sovereignty. And so this is an idea of the network state. Okay, this is an idea that comes out of Silicon Valley. It is tech bro philosophy. And so once they have enough resources, they buy land in the physical realm. And they agitate politically to get sovereignty over that land. And then like they conglomerate that land and then form a city. And then they set up their own sovereign state. It's like, this is a real thing. This is not just theoretical. There are network state projects going on. And it's always funded and supported by these tech bro types. They actually have ambitions to creating their own private cities. And so one of the places that the tech bros have thought of capturing with a network city, a private city, was Greenland. Greenland has some interesting, it's a very pristine, untouched environment in the wake of potential climate catastrophe, climate crisis that is being talked about. There's obviously the jury's out on that one in this chat. There's people that believe in climate change and not. But like, in the wake of potential climate crises anyway, a place like Greenland seems to be a more viable option, not just because it's pretty pristine, but like it will kind of be outside of some of the ravages of the climate catastrophe that potentially are going to happen along the equator and in tropical areas. There is much interest in Greenland. So there's been a network state kind of project that seems to be one that is pushing towards populating Greenland. I think it's one that's even potentially been invested in by someone like Peter Thiel. And so like we've investigated over the last, 9 months now, the trajectory of developments when it comes to Greenland. And lo and behold, when Trump got in, in January, it's hard to believe it hasn't even been a year yet for round number 2. But when Trump got in, he started talking about Greenland. So America has its imperial interest. It's understanding that it needs to protect the Western Hemisphere. And Greenland, not only does it have, rare earth minerals, apparently, that everybody wants to get access to. It has resources, let's say. But it's also strategic from a Western hemispheric sense. Like, if you connect it up, the American continents, so South America, North America, and Greenland, you have kind of this wall, this continental wall that separates the planet, basically. And so Greenland has important imperial interests for America and its hegemony on the world, especially in the Arctic region, which is starting to melt away and is changing geographically and is becoming accessible. So like if you want to move stuff, you don't have to go through Europe anymore. If you want to move stuff along the Russian landmass, you can go north. And like if you want to move things potentially from Asia to like Northern Europe, you don't have to potentially go south anymore. You could potentially go through, and you can go from North America to Europe and through the Arctic region. So the Arctic region is going to become really, really important on the world stage over the next 50 years or something like that. And so like Greenland is in a perfect position, and he or she who holds Greenland will have a lot of power in like global affairs. And like I said, the tech bros are eyeing it off, so they've got an investment in it potentially. The Trump administration is eyeing it off. And so periodically over the last, 9 months now, we've been looking and like watching to see the developments in Greenland. And it's been interesting to see like how the story has evolved in Greenland over the last 9 months. And, we've even seen things like America, the American kind of deep state, I guess you would say. It's not even really deep state anymore. It's pretty open. The American foreign propaganda model starting to spread propaganda campaigns in Greenland to try and agitate for them to get autonomy from Denmark. So Denmark technically has sovereign control over Greenland, but like there's a weird situation because it belongs to the native population, but it's kind of caretaker. It's in a caretaker position with Denmark. Anyway, there has been agitation in the past to try and for Greenland to let Denmark kind of go. It doesn't need Denmark anymore. It can charter its own course in the big bad world. And so like the US have been agitating, like sending out propaganda and trying to get like the resistance movement there that wants sovereignty and wants autonomy for Greenland. They're trying to destabilize Greenland like they would with any other takeover that they usually do. Destabilize the country, feed propaganda, and then arm some liberation movement that they would consider a terrorist organization if it did it on American soil or against American interests. But for anyone else, it's a liberation front or army or something like that. So periodically we get updates on what's going on. So there's been a more recent update. It's a couple of weeks old now. But yeah, Trump's push to get Greenland to join the US, it's still going. It's still happening. So it's funny to get these updates all the time, to actually see American foreign policy play out over the long run. And, potentially something that aligns with the interests of the tech bros who have the White House by the balls, largely. Let's have a look.
Greenland, a majestic country.
According to modern study, apparently China has 47% of the costs of new energy production worldwide as from 2024. They are predicted to further increase at the current rate of progress. Has 40% of the costs of energy production worldwide. Don't worry, the poles will shift before climate change gets that bad.
Right at the centre of the geopolitical chessboard.
I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it.
Allegations of US infiltration have split opinions amongst the 57,000 people living here. Whether they're Greenland's #1 MAGA couple and love President Trump.
I think he's great.
Or they'd send the US president packing on arrival.
Give him slap on face.
So what's behind these accusations of US infiltration into Greenland? Greenland is part of the Kingdom of Denmark, but it holds a special status as a self-governing autonomous country with its own government and parliament. Its location in the far north, with access to the Arctic and a wealth of untapped mineral resources, that's drawn major international attention to this quiet country.
And I also have a message.
Like money spent, China spends the most money on energy production, and they are predicted to increase that. And so like energy production is in through a multitude of options, right? Trump is going to do the same thing to Oz when he gets the migration data. And what's the migration thing recently? What has he done? He's decided he's going to start reviewing migration data more intensely. Is that what you mean? I also heard that he's going to go back to people that were led into the country by the Biden administration under refugee status, and he wants to go and re-review all of that stuff. He's withdrawing people's refugee status and going to reassess it all.
Major international attention to this quiet country.
And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security, and we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security.
International world security, as opposed to not international world security. Remember that.
and I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it.
Danish media have been reporting that 3 private US individuals with links to President Trump have been here to create lists of Greenlanders who are in favor of becoming part of the US. US President Donald Trump says he must fend off Russian and Chinese competition here. And Vice President J.D. Vance visited Greenland, saying the US is the only nation that will respect Greenland's sovereignty and respect their security. Greenland's MAGA couple, Jenna Padilla and Frans Olsvig, welcome the US interest here.
Me and my half-brother.
Frans shows us a photo of him proudly sporting the red MAGA hat in 2025. He says he's always believed in Trump's style of politics, especially on the international stage.
He's great. He's a great negotiator.
But they say neither of them has ever been approached by any of the 3 men accused by Danish media of infiltration.
The rumor that the 3 guys are walking around trying to influence will scare people off, that the Americans are doing bad or bad to make them look bad. Because I don't see or hear or talk to these Americans. So for me, it doesn't make sense.
Jenna and Frans also join the 2/3 majority of Greenlanders who want complete independence from Denmark, Greenland's former colonial ruler, which still controls much of the life here. The Danish government gives Greenland just under $1 billion per year in financial support. Greenlanders are still citizens of Denmark and still use Danish passports.
Trump asking about buying our country is a lot nicer thing to do than what the Danish did. They stole our country without asking us. So to me, already there, he shows a lot of more respect than the Danish ever shown us.
They fund our existence in the modern world, which can be rough, the dog-eat-dog world. And like Trump's the guy though, because he'll buy us. There's no ulterior motive there at all. The American embassies have been told to collect illegal mass immigration data plus crime from basically all Western countries. Then he will say immigration is going to ruin the country, thus affecting ally status. So a movement, probably through one nation. Greenland, mineral deal, become part of America. Australia, mineral deal plus China ties, become part of America. Interesting. American embassies have been told to collect illegal mass immigration data plus crime from basically all Western countries. Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, you have to see this kind of broad range Project 2025 approach to global politics as well, which is they need to ensure the conservative movement, as they would say the conservative promise, but like let's just say broadly more of a right-wing leaning style to politics around the world. And so like migration is the key to unleashing kind of, I guess, right-wing political sentiments across the Western world at the moment. It's all the rage. And so they collect the dirt on other people's migration and then convince them to start supporting right-wing parties that would be conducive to doing deals with a Project 2025 style America or an American president that is conducive to that. It's interesting, like long-range strategic planning, that is. Like it capturing the entire political project of the West to ensure that all the other Western governments align with you ideologically, so you can really have some easy capture on foreign policy. It's crazy shit. That's some long strategic thinking, man. It's crazy.
The British Prime Minister has called the allegations of the private US citizens stirring up secessionist sentiments unacceptable. Pelle Broborg is the leader of the pro-independence opposition party in the Greenlandic parliament. He says the Danish media reporting doesn't match the reality here.
The people they're talking about, they gave interviews here on national television about why they're here. You cannot do covert infiltration in Greenland. Everybody knows everybody.
He believes the stories in the Danish press are malicious to scare Greenlanders off from their progress towards independence.
She's very, very good to sing.
Hestrina Holm and her sister Helena have met up at the now empty family home they grew up in. They've come to clear the garden in preparation for the arrival of the winter snow. But what would she do if Donald Trump came and knocked on her door?
I want to give him coffee and give him slap on face and let him go home. Tell him go home.
Back in her part of town on the...
So hospitable. Give him a coffee, then a slap in the face. Most people just go for the slap. But at least you be a good host first. Offer coffee and slap town.
The other side of Nuuk, Hestrina tells us she's not sure that Trump or Americans in general understand the mentality of the native Inuit people who make up 89% of Greenland's population.
Connect between Greenland people is really close, you know. We understand good and then we can live together close.
Hestrina says outside international political forces have raised tensions between Greenlanders, but that people are entitled to like Trump even if she doesn't.
I think it's up to them. I think what I think and he think what he think. Maybe he think he's great guy, but his mind, Trump mind, in my mind, I think he's not doing well.
Many Greenlanders say they're now growing tired of the US interest.
No, we don't want to be owned by the USA. We can't get bought. We are people.
If United States attacks or invades, then NATO will be here. I'm sure of that. So I'm not
I don't think it works like that, though. Like, the US control NATO. They are the heads of NATO. So if, like, the US were to do something as stupid as to attack a NATO ally, I don't know if NATO would come to the rescue. But, like, it would fuck NATO up. Like, massively. I don't know about that, man.
But the US is the central member of the NATO military alliance. And for Franz, there's one main reason he supports Trump.
American security is more...
China's share of global clean energy costs, according to a modern IEA report for 2024, China is the biggest investor in clean energy worldwide, spending $625 billion, which accounted for 31%. Wow. It's a lot of spending. And 31% of the world's spending. But, like, you know, massive productive economy. And they do 90% of the world's ship production. That's pretty scary.
What's Trump?
American security is more naturally for Greenland because of Americans protect us in World War II. They know how to protect us.
However the different Greenlandic people might be feeling about the politics, the cold winter is descending. But there's little chance of a freeze in international attention.
Hey, I love when, like, journalists do that sort of stuff at the end. Hey? But there's a little chance of a freeze in international attention. I see what you did. You spelt NATO. You spelt NATO is the European arm of the American Empire wrong. Sorry. I stand corrected. Slight slip there. Didn't really mean for that to be a thing. I do apologize greatly. I wonder if there's any comments on this. It's a common misconception that 90% of the population in Greenland is Inuit. In reality, the demographic composition is much more nuanced. Approximately 50% of the population identifies as Inuit, sorry. Around 40% have mixed Inuit and European ancestry. About 10% identify ethnically Danish. Interesting. With allies like America, why do you need enemies? So good. We need it for international world security. All right, this is the one that you're talking about.
Now, the Trump administration
Right.
has...
The Trump administration instructs Australian embassy to collect immigrant crime data. Is this the one? Let's have a listen to this. We haven't done a Sky News viewing in ages. Is this where you got the information from Sky News? It's alarming. They have been told to do it. It should be a given. All right, anyway. Trump admin instructs Australian embassy to collect immigrant crime data. What case are they building?
Now, the Trump administration has made an interesting move. They are telling their Australian embassy staff to start to calculate and collate statistics on crimes committed by migrants in this country. It's not just in Australia. They've asked embassies in New Zealand, Canada, and throughout Europe to do the same thing. Curiously, they've not told local governments that they're doing this. They've just instructed their embassy officials to do it. And here is why. This is a statement from the US State Department. We love the Australian people. We just want to warn our friends that if you import a rapid number of individuals of any background, particularly of a culture that's radically different from Australia's, without any sort of mechanism for diffusing the impact, that can lead to political unrest and can lead to economic instability. So clearly the Trump administration using their embassies to start to build a case.
Popped up on my feed this morning. Probably Sky, LOL. They're desperate for a win. They're desperate for a win. That's hilarious. 6 million subs, though. Fuck me, dude. I know it doesn't really convert, but 6 million subs. All right, let's get the scoop. Okay? The Australians being monitored by the US. What are they going to use that data for?
Therefore, to argue to different governments that your immigration policy, and bear in mind, their concern is not here illegal immigration, it's mass migration, legal but unsustainable in their view, to build a case to their Western allies that this is not a good thing to do, which makes me wonder, does the Trump administration start to fear that if mass migration continues the way it is, nations that were their allies in 10, 20 years eventually will no longer be their allies because cultural changes will have been so great that the US no longer has anything in common with those nations it once would have relied upon?
Well, 100%. Demographics are destiny, and the demographics of many Western countries are changing drastically. We have no idea what the long-term social or cultural implications of this will be. But what we do know is that millions of people every year move to Western countries, and they come to the West because they love our freedom, they love our human rights, our dignity, our sense of opportunity for all.
They love our fucking freedom. That's why. Yep. I reckon I'm pretty close to the money with my theory. My conspiracy hypothesis. What, the one about like they're just desperate for a win? That's why they're peddling this. Pretty interesting though. Like this is some interesting long-term strategy stuff by a conservative government or wing of American politics to ensure conservative stuff continues. Han the Fixer, freedom. What, like religious freedom? Gonna be some dark numbers when they pull those stats. It's interesting. It's very interesting. Yeah, what type of freedom are we talking about here? They love our freedom.
Move to Western countries, and they come to the West because they love our freedom, they love our human rights, our dignity, our sense of opportunity for all. But those things can only be sustained if the Judeo-Christian character of our nations are sustained. And if you have such huge demographic transformation...
Judeo-Christian? What the fuck? This is an interesting narrative brewing here. They want freedom to have Sharia law. It's a joke. Oh, she just talked about how free the society is. So if it's going to be so free, then like, you know, you'd have to continue that freedom, right? That and Trump using migration to pry Australia from China. Immigration to pry Australia from China. Interesting. Judeo-Christian, the narrative is very interesting. It's not just enough to say what, like, I guess white Australian values or like Western values. It has to be Judeo-Christian. It's very interesting. Like when I've been looking over some footage of the last March for Australia rally that I went to, and there was a guy walking around with that giant wooden cross, and like I was like, what's that got to do with marching for Australia? And he was like, Australia was built on Christian values and a Christian ethos, he said. And so we've lost that, and Jesus is the only way. The only way to bring Australia back to its original glory is to find Jesus. It's very interesting. They want free handouts and free shit and to be free to live off the working man, like the native leeches. It's a fight of good versus evil, according to MAGA Americans.
It's only a matter of time before the roots of our civilization start to erode, and that is the danger that they're pointing out. They also point to the economic consequences, the cultural consequences, and the security consequences of mass immigration. And when you look at it, it makes perfect sense. Think about from an economic perspective. If young people can't afford to buy a home, they will get disillusioned with capitalism. They will be driven to the extremes. They'll go to the far left. That's what we're seeing happen in New York with the election of Zoran Mamdani. At a cultural level, well, we know what will happen there.
When capitalism is shit, like it just sucks. It sucks. And then people start to say, hey, maybe we should do it differently. That's because of mass immigration. That's because of immigration and people overpopulating a certain area and putting stress on the economy. So when capitalism can't fix the fact that it is inefficient, not always inefficient, but like, you know, definitely when it comes to the needs of working people, it can be very fucking efficient, destroying their aspirations and opportunities. That's not the problem of capitalism. That's the problem of migrants, of course. Capitalism is never the problem. And like, when the logic is so good. When capitalism sucks, it fails. And that pushes people to think about alternatives to capitalism. That's not the fault of capitalism, though. No, definitely not. It's the children. Capitalism is great. Corruption sucks. Okay? Well, capitalism produced that corruption you're talking about there. So maybe, if you think about that, it is capitalism that is the problem. It produces the corruption. That sucks so much. It's interesting.
And security-wise, if there is no sense of nationhood or citizenship, who's going to join the army? Who's going to volunteer to die for their neighbour that they feel zero connection to? Mass immigration is a huge threat to our way of life, and I'm glad that this...
Right. Under communism, there is no corruption? No, I didn't say that. But like, you have to admit then if capitalism is great because corruption sucks, then communism is great. And it's just corruption that sucks. So communism is great. It's as great as capitalism because they both produce corruption. So communism is great. Using your logic, just continue your logic train there. Two things can be true at once. Well, good. No, communism sucks. There is just less to steal. No. You can't change your logic now. It's either capitalism sucks and produces corruption, or capitalism is great and produces corruption just in the same way that communism is great, but it produces corruption. Can't have it both ways, man. How'd she get back after her cancellation? Good question. Was that with the bacon guy? Is that who you're talking about, Laugh Jeff? The bacon guy? That guy was fucking mental. I saw some clips of that. And she had to apologize hard for that. But that was only like a month ago. She's back already. Capitalism is just the government doesn't tell you what to produce. I would call it more debt-based slavery what we have that creates all the problems. Debt-based slavery. Wage slavery based on debt peonage, I would say. How about that? Let's run with that one for a bit. Yeah, I'm all for it though. Yeah, interesting. And well, like, you know, I'm glad she's back because, like, you know, who else is going to fucking say entertaining shit like that? But like that bacon guy, oh my God, that was crazy.
State Department's actually looking into this and putting some pressure on our government.
And I mean, it's hard to get upset about the US doing this. As you know, it's like, oh, can you believe that the US, they're basically spying on their allies? What do you think China's doing? What do you think India's doing? What do you think everyone is?
It's so good. What a good justification. It's like, hey, Americans allowed to spy on us. The Chinese spy on us. So do the Indians. So it's okay if America does. So fuck you. So good. Can't wait for her to start making some moderations to herself. Modifications. Yeah, wait until she gets into that Fox News spirit, hey?
Countries they've got embassies in. It's just that it's come out that the US is doing this. This stuff
like,
is going...
These guys justifying espionage. He's like, oh my God, America spies on us. Get over it. Everybody spies on us. So it's completely acceptable if the Americans spy on us. Oh, man.
Going on all the time, I have to tell you. The US is gathering data for its own benefit. What a surprise. We're doing it. We're doing it in other countries. Don't believe that we're not. Of course we are. And they're not doing it only for their own benefit. They're doing it for the benefit of their allies and the rest of the West.
Thank God. So they're spying on us because it's good for us. We just don't understand that yet. Oh, thank God. It's like, you know, when a parent does things that are questionable to their children. I'm doing it for you. Don't you understand? Thank God. Thank God they're here to look out for us. Too big a word for me. I have to look it up. Peonage is a system of involuntary servitude where a person is forced to work to pay off a debt. As all money is debt-based, we need it for food, etc. Slavery is still good for me. Fair enough. But like wage slavery, it's particularly a system of wage slavery. There's an important distinction I'd like to make there. Wage slavery as opposed to debt slavery. Not all people that are involved in this system are debt slaves, specifically. There are still people out there that are indentured. They're slaves to the system, and they don't have debts. They don't have particular debts.
The point they are making is a fair one. And there are parts of the world where there are certain crimes that you can demonstrate are committed at a higher propensity by people who are migrants. It's just a fact. And whether that is because of cultural mismatches or whatever, it is true. And so as a country, you have to say we are...
It's a fact. It's a fucking fact. No, I'm not going to bother. Just let him speak.
Club. And what sort of club do you want to be? Now, I've been involved with racing clubs where you apply for membership and they just sort of rubber stamp it. And then you get enough members involved and then you tip the board and you take over the club. Is that the kind of club Australia wants to be? Or would we rather be a bit more like a private members club where you have to put in your application and you have to be recommended by one member and seconded by another member and then it goes to a vote of the board in order for you to get in? Because that is very simply what we are talking about. Do you want to be a country that at some point could be completely flipped?
The threat of debt keeps me on the grind. It does. It keeps a lot of people working. What it does is it also stops people from making adequate choices. So like if you were free from debt, but you still had to work to survive, like you would shop around potentially for your employer a little bit more. But like if you're in debt and you need to make regular repayments on your debt, you can't fuck around too much with your employer. The psychology of it is like, I'll just put up with it because I got some debts to pay. Like now. Well, no, because we all need to hold debt to survive. I'm using the term debt for money. Fair enough. Fair enough. Debt is great. Just look at the US government. Okay.
on its head because someone else has stacked the board and they take over? Or do you want to be a country that sticks to a constitution, as it were, that you have set up, a set of values and a culture that you all stand by? I mean, of course, this is what John Howard used to talk about, a multi-ethnic, not a multicultural society. And that's not to say that there are not elements of other cultures that can come with other people and help us. But it's also not wrong to say that there are elements of other cultures that we don't want. That's completely fair.
Well, what you're saying is fascinating in light of a response from a unnamed Australian government spokesperson who told the Sydney Morning Herald in response to questions about the US administration collecting data on migrant crime. Here's what was said by the Australian government spokesperson. Australia is a pluralist nation. We welcome different races, religions and views, united by respect for each other's humanity and for each other's right to live in peace. Now, on the one hand, I don't disagree with any of that, but on the other, it seems to...
He hasn't Fox Newsed up yet. He's going to have to get some padding. Tiny shoulders. That's hilarious. I never even thought about that. He ain't no Buff Bezos. That's for sure. This guy's going to be remembered. I don't even know what his name is, but from now on, I will refer to him as Tiny Shoulders.
Maybe they're saying that's basically Australia is two things. We believe in each other's humanity and peace, which is a little bit like listening to a beauty queen for advice on
workers in Parliament. They can't have that. They have to suspend people from the Senate for sure.
It means to peace, which is a little bit like listening to a beauty queen for advice on what it means to be Australian.
John Lennon and Yoko Ono.
That's as weak as dishwater. Yeah. If that's what a government spokesperson says it means to be Australian, we believe in humanity and peace. God help us, it'll be the sort of club you described where enough people from a different culture or a different persuasion or perspective or worldview eventually tip the scales and it's still Australia, but it don't look like it used to.
Yep. And not to mention, of course, the other economic effects and whatever the pressures that we've seen in the last few years because of mass migration. I mean, you try to buy a house, you try to rent a house, you try to drive on the road, it just becomes more and more difficult. The more people you shove in at a faster rate, the more difficult it becomes to live for the people who are already here, many of them being migrants, by the way.
That's weak as dishwater. I'm going to start using that one. That's a good Australian saying for you, man. That's a good one. That's weak breaking news. As dishwater. Dun, dun. I saw a video of an Indian doing a poo in the middle of the park. I'm glad they are sending their best. We have enough crackies pooing in the street as it is. All right. That's enough. We're done for today. We're done. I have to leave it there because I have to bounce. But yeah, interesting. So just the long and the short of it, it's akin to spying. I don't know how it's really akin to spying, but they brought it up. So it's akin to spying, but it's okay if America spies on us because everyone else fucking spies on us anyway. And they're worried about people diluting Australian culture and its values by saying it's all about peace and unity. And these people, these pricks, had just went on a spiel about how it's okay for people to spy on us. And they're worried about other people coming in and destroying Australian culture. And they have such little respect for Australian culture that they're happy to promote people spying on us because it's for our best interests. Like the contradictions in these people are fucking crazy, honestly. Peace out. Glad the algo brought you across my feed. Welcome to the party. I'm pretty sure you got a Discord invite the other day as well. But yeah, thank the algorithmic gods. There they are. And thank you to everyone who's been interacting today and hanging out. Do appreciate it. If you are, watching this after the fact, thank you too. And if you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you hit the like button before you fuck off, because it does help for algorithmic purposes. Never know who we're going to find out there. It's always good to add to this fucking motley crew. All right, I am out of here, and we will be back tomorrow with some more. So until then, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. See you on